Okay, we're here. We're chilling. A little late. Just enough to make it spicy. Okay, 10 minutes. Going to win a game or two, then I might switch to Blitz. Because I also need to increase my Blitz elo. I'm trying to get my other elos a little higher. I've already increased my bullet elo by a nice amount. But Blitz is... My bullet's still very low, but... Now I know we want to go this way with the knight. This is a little bit of a kind of scared way of playing, but it's very solid. I'm gonna play something a little unique this time. Maybe I'm cooking too hard, but I feel like this bishop here could be good. And then pushing d5, so that's like the point. Okay, right. Something along these lines. A b5, b4 goes hard? At least I think it does. We'll see. I've been right before, I've been wrong before. I was skeptical of that. Is he going to sack the exchange? Do none of my pieces get there fast enough? Did I miscalculate? He doesn't have a dark squared bishop. I don't see the problem. I don't think any of his pieces are fast enough. Maybe this is super scary and I'm missing something, but... I do need to be careful, because if I'm not, I'm going to lose instantly. He can bring the knights in. Okay. It's a little spooky, not gonna lie to you. I'm over-defending the square and prepping rook e6. While also getting my rook off the bishop's diagonal. Because he wants to play knight e7, right? Or he wants to at some point. This also... Oh, I'm stupid. He could just take my queen. Okay, this is a strong start. Just leave my queen hanging. See, now is when we need serendipity. It's moments like this. It's weird, I don't feel that tired. I suppose I must be, though. Because that's usually what happens when I'm tired, is I just don't see the most simple stuff. Hi, Pure. Things are going fine, as you can see. Going great. Positively swimmingly. How are you? I said pure. Did the captions pick it up as beer? Because if so, that's actually pretty funny. Okay, let's get back over 2100 and then we'll call it and we'll switch to Blitz. No more experimentation. That was a uniquely atrocious game of chess. Uniquely atrocious. Okay, you get over here. I forget what my theory is for this position. Or these positions in general. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Enjoyer. trying to decide what part of that name I wanted to actually say out loud. Twitch chat, am I right, fellas? I mean, maybe this... Really? You know what? You know what? I'm going to refund your points. Where's the... Okay. That looks like weird, man. Is F6 just fine? Is it just totally okay? What? I refuse. I'm not going to acknowledge this as a decent way of playing chess. I'm castling long. There's no way. There's no way he can do this. He can't get away with this. I know, I know. Also, is that you, Flix? Can you play me after? Exclaim join to join the queue. You will be, what, second in line. If I can count. Which, to be fair, is a big if. I'll take 2 pawns. It's only... Oh, the queen guard... The bishop guards the queen. I'm so dumb. I am playing legitimately the worst chess I've played in, like, weeks. This is impressive. Y'all are seeing a complete breakdown of my ability to play chess live. Savor this. It's a unique experience. Okay. Sure. I need to play very aggressively here because I'm down a frankly obscene amount of material. And so the only way I can justify my position is by getting some big attack or playing in a very optimistic manner. Right, get in with my pieces like extremely quickly, push some pawns or something, you know. Poke and prodded his pieces, ask this knight where it's going. Also, I'm thinking about taking on h7 there. I could get some annoying checks. Okay, okay. I'm still definitely much worse. I'm not sure that works. Because I have a check, do I not? Check and then takes. Hey, we're winning our material back. Okay, okay. Okay, we're holding. This is fine. And if we win our material back, we're up a pawn, right? Not necessarily, I suppose. Because I can't take the bishop. No, I can't take the bishop afterwards. So yeah, we're just up a pawn. 2 pawns. Ah, we're chilling. Hello, Rexbor. How did you get first? How did... What? How did that happen? This knight is not doing anything. Let's give it a roll. Let's give it a job. That's a very good job. Is he just trying to flag me now? Oh no, he resigned. We can play more and more Ray. Let's be elo positive, not elo negative. Let's be elo positive. I really shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway. Oh, here we go. National Master, title player. Okay, I've beaten title players before. Come on, let's take some more titled scout. We can do this. How are you? Pretty good, actually. So, you know what my project has been? I wanted to know or I still want to know, the evaluation of all the Chess 960 starting positions, right? And so I googled it, like you do. And the result I found was a chess.com article from 2020. And I was like, okay, this is good. But it analyzed all the positions to a depth of 40 with Stockfish 9. And I'm like, that's very out of date. Right? It's still probably correct, because, you know, Stockfish 9, we've just gotten like 200 elo more Stockfish now than we used to. Not that huge a difference, technically, but I'm unsatisfied. Oh, Breaking Bad just gets better, trust me. I didn't like it at first, but it really is, it just becomes such a better watch experience. I don't think this is correct on his part. I think he's giving me too strong a light square bishop. Maybe I'm wrong. So I can do the tripled pawns thing, but I don't think it's actually very good in this position. I know there are positions where even if you take and give him the tripled pawns, it's not actually that good for you. Yeah, I just watched it somewhat recently. I mean, the triple pawns aren't good for him, necessarily, but... I can't think of a better, like, TV show. Maybe one exists, but I do not know of it. See, this is where I just have to be careful not to say anything. I'm gonna go with, like, this. No, but... So, I found the chess.com article from 2020 that used a 2020 Stockfish on a depth of 40. I'm like, I can do better than this. I can do better than this. I want a more up-to-date evaluation. And so I'm like, okay. I have Stockfish, and I have a computer. How hard can this be? Very hard. I got it up and running, but currently I'm only, what's the math I did? I'm somewhere in the ballpark of 300 positions deep. Like I've analyzed 300 of the starting positions. Right? The problem is it's chess 960, so there's 960 of these starting positions, and I've done 300. You wanna know how long I've had this analysis running for? No. You wanna know how long I've had it running for to get 300 out of 960? A week? No, not that bad. What's the math I did today? 15 hours. No, 15 hours, because I'm only doing depth 42. So it takes about 3 minutes per position. I originally wanted to do 45, but that takes like 10 minutes per position, and that would actually be a week. So another 20-ish? Yeah. I'm gonna have it running overnight when I go to bed. And so if I run it most of tomorrow, and then a little Monday, then I will be golden, and I'll have all of them. Which, honestly, not that bad. Really could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. If I win my pawn back, I'm just slightly better, right? I mean, we might end up going into opposite colored bishops, which is a little annoying. Oh yeah, someone really wants to buy my Never Again Part 2 BCNR limited vinyl. Like, really, really bad. That doesn't surprise me. Especially since you have Isaac Wood's signature on there, right? That's insane. That's gotta continue to appreciate. Like, that inevitably will appreciate. I'm gonna go here. Is this wrong? I kind of want to keep it on the A file just because I feel like if he pushes B5, being able to threaten the A file stuff is nice. There's no really good square for it on the A file. Oh, that's a different one? Oh, right. Is that the pizza place with Toy Story on your shirt? Yes, it's actually from most Pixar movies. Toy Story is just one of the Pixar movies that has it. It's a... Actually, I am going here. It's an Easter egg in, like, a ton of Pixar movies. Almost every Pixar movie has it. I think the exception is, like, Cars and Incredibles, if memory serves. Everyone else has Pizza Planet. I have 3 limited vinyls. 2 are both limited to a 1500 run with no repress, and 1 is Ants, but it's limited colored version. Right. I knew you had 2. I didn't know you had 3rd one. Because you have 2 signed, right? I could have sworn you had 2 signed. Just Brook takes. I only have the Ants one signed. Ah, okay, that's where my confusion was. Again, if I can win my pawn back, I am sitting pretty, but that's, like, easier said than done. Oh, I thought this was bad. Did I miscalculate? Why can't I take this? I mean, it's opposite colored bishops, so I don't suppose I really have good winning chances, but... I kind of want to get another sign when they do a show somewhere, because that'll be sick. I can confirm, that would be sick. I'm definitely slightly better here, but... Oh yeah, there's also this Pixar Easter egg with a ball with a star on it. Shows in countless Pixar movies. Yeah, because that's their, like, tech demo one they did, right? Actually, we go here first, so we tempo the pawn on h7. And then we go here. And then we go, like, here. That's my plan, at least. Yeah. And then we go here. Either force the queen off the A file or go to b4, in which case we go queen c3 and we allow for this queen trade because I think that isolated pawn is going to be a pain in his neck. Could be wrong, but that's what my heart tells me. Right. And it seems like he agrees. He's trying to play e5, isn't he? He's absolutely trying to play e5. Do I play f4 to stop it? F4 seems really risky. If it's good, it's the best move, but it might just be, like, awful. I'm going to play it because I'm curious, and I want to know how much the computer hates it. I'm not gonna lie, most of the stand-up comedy special in 2022 aged like the finest milk. I didn't even watch that many 2022 comedy specials specifically. Take me off the queue, I have to go. Got it. It doesn't surprise me though. I feel like a lot of things from 2022 aged like milk. People just weren't ready for a lot of what happened. A lot of the material is COVID related, and a lot of it, all of it, it's so bad. Yeah. That sounds more annoying than anything else. Except Ants has been aging like the finest of wines. I know. I was not worried. I was quite sure we were on the same page about how Ants was aging. I'm going to go here, actually. I wanted to go to D2, but then I feel like E5 existed. And part of my point here was to prevent E5. Additionally, like, Rook A6 might be a move. That and some other albums. Yeah, 2022 had some good albums, man. Good year for music. 2022, great year for music, bad year for a lot of other stuff. I agree with that summary. Oh, I missed that. That's a good move. I completely overlooked that. Now the position's just terrible. And he could play bishop takes anyway. Sheesh. And he has rook takes g3 next. Sheesh. I have to give him the 2 rooks. So he's just going to be, what, 2 rooks for the queen with that passer? Yuck. I have to give him the bishop here, because if I don't, then he plays rook takes g3 and I lose my queen. Maybe just playing rook AD is a better way to give up the bishop. I don't know. This is just such a rough position now. Yeah, I lose my queen anyway. Ah, did I have rook f2? No, I didn't have rook f2 even. Now he just has to play queen takes a1. Ouch. I completely missed rook takes e3. I was fine before that though, yeah? Kendrick Lamar dropped a verse dissing Drake. I did hear about that, actually. Usually, I'm not super in tune with the hip-hop drama. However, that one I heard about. Made shockwaves big enough that even I heard about it. Yeah, but wasn't it more of like a Drake diss and J. Cole was kind of just catching strays? Well, yeah, but... I don't listen to a lot of hip-hop, but I listen to enough that I hear about some stuff that happens. You don't at all, because you just don't like the genre. You like it even less than I do, which is impressive. You gotta try, you know? Yeah. There's nothing to be done. I want to see something. Give me a second. Before rook takes e3, was I worse? probably was, but because of rook takes e3 specifically being a move that was possible. Because the entire idea of the way I defended that position was predicated on rook e3, right? No, yeah, it was fine. Yeah, because I took because I was like, okay, it takes with rook and then nothing happens. But here, he's not really threatening anything. I could probably... I don't know. Rook a7's a bit optimistic, but like rook b1. Nah. b3, yeah. No, b3 and I clog everything up. Opposite color bishops, you can't really make progress. Okay, so I was right. How bad was f4? Okay, f4. Queen a3 is the move. What about b4 here? Oh. I find this surprising. Because this looked like really difficult to defend. I mean, it's easier now that I'm seeing the computer do it, of course, but... Interesting. So I went f4, which evidently wasn't that bad, but wasn't great. The point of f4 is, like, I wanted to play something like rook a7, right? But after rook a7, I was very concerned about e5. I suppose I just played d5 there, but this I feel like a long-term weakness. You play some bishop move, right? And you play f5. I've also been reading into the life of Sade, yeah. Or I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but I know who you're talking about. He has been discussed on the channel. Disgust being the word of choice. Oh yeah, that's I'm threatening queen mate. Okay. So the point is I take the 7th rank, and getting me off of it is annoying enough that I can manage to hold everything together. Just now e4. Bishop e2. And you don't want to take. I mean, you can take, but rook d1, and I get all my pieces. Okay. That's a weird way to defend the position, but I understand it. f4. Yeah, this is already quite bad because it allows a b3, but c3, b3, you don't have any way of pushing. But the problem with this is rook takes followed by rook takes e3, which I missed that idea completely. I was like, okay, this position looks fine. And I mean, it's not really that bad if you don't have rook takes d3. You don't pronounce the French? Okay, Desaad. Got it. It could be a page for his life. Is separated by... Wow. Yeah, no, that sounds fun. Yeah, mostly. It could be seen as a response to J. Cole and Drake's collab song First-Person Shooter. I heard that as well. The chessboard was set up wrong. It makes me mad. Reference themselves the best in rap. Remember that song? J. Cole said people like to argue Hardest MC. Is it Kate Aubrey or me? You're the big three. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I've heard both. It went hard. I mean, we'll see, right? Now the ball's in their court, proverbially. Piece of junk. Okay, now let's play against the Pierce. Okay, so Pure Chess Lover was first. Is he here? Does not look it. Shouldn't have been allowed to write. And I am all for freedom of expression. Yeah. See, there's so many people who shouldn't be allowed to write if specifically you can have some meta-human force just influence it and like enforce it. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, get Saran? Is it Saran? Shisahu? I'm not sure where the first part. Saran Sahu? How close am I? Blue Tactic 13. Okay. Oh, wrong button. I'll send you an unrated 10-0 challenge. Is that acceptable? Okay, great. His son also burned a bunch of his manuscripts, which is based, maybe. I'm not sure on that one. Yeah, that's a difficult one, actually. Because, like, on the one hand... Nice! Okay. Always try. Oh, you can just control verse from 10 years ago. Yeah, but see, that was 10 years ago. That's the crazy part. I'm pretty sure it's just knight f6 here. Yeah, but that's actually really hard. I'm not sure. Resto response to bishop g5 here. It was something goofy in this position. c6 was a different move, I think. Give me a second. It might have been g6. It might have been e6, honestly. No, e6 you could take. No, maybe this is one of those positions where you let him take. And you transpose into that other line. I think it's e6. If he takes in the center, you play bishop e7 and chillax. I think. Let's find out. I could be very wrong. By the way, I don't know this opening. Normally I play d4, c4. Okay. I studied my Staunton, but it's been a while since I've looked into it, so I don't remember it super duper well. Yeah, but well, for the first thing, I mean, this is probably a no duh, but you know, it's good to get out of the way at first. It's the son's right as like the owner of the art to do whatever he wants with it, so obviously he should be allowed to destroy it if he wants to, but whether or not would I? That's kind of what I personally want to destroy it. Yeah, again, I think that's a no duh. I'm sure we're on the same page about that one, but I'm just saying it for anyone else who's here and who's listening and who's not as familiar with our stances. I'm just thinking about it. Because while it does have intrinsic value as art, because it is art to some degree, evil art is still art, right? Nazi propaganda films are still art. I mean, they're evil, but they're still art, technically. I don't know. It's hard. It's really difficult. It's definitely case by case, but... Because... Well, my first gut instinct is to say, oh yeah, well, does it do more harm than good? That kind of begs the question, does art have to justify its own existence? Like, does art have to say, hey, I deserve to exist? Because if yes, then that's, like, really quite different. That's out there, you know? Because that's like a take, if art has to justify its own existence. That feels wrong. No, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm saying... But I guess there is a difference between art justifying its own existence and being harmful to people. And while I haven't read any of Saad's work, thankfully, to my knowledge, his art was very harmful. In which case, kind of purging it from society might have some ethical grounds. Yeah. Yeah, does not sound fun. Does not sound like my idea of a good time. TikTok has books? No. Maybe. Not we should, the people who made them should, if they feel that way about them. See, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. No matter what the conclusion is, that's part of it. Maybe it's not that we should destroy them, but the person who made them should destroy them. Because, you know, like, there's the philosophical, do we have the right to destroy it sort of thing. Book talk that promotes books that are salacious and often disturbing. Lovely. Book talk. Again, the answer will always be some function of, oh, we shouldn't destroy it because we didn't make it. Colleen Hoover. I feel like I've heard the name somewhere, but I can't put any, like, property to the name. Like, I can't say anything like, ah, Colleen Hoover did this. You know, I don't have any association. So I'm guessing it's not exactly Shakespeare. I like this as a move if I can get away with it. That is an if, to be fair. Or I can just poke and prod with my knight. Can't be that bad. She writes romance books, and a lot of times justifying an abusive relationship. Ooh, that's almost even more insidious. Had this interesting debate with someone, and I wanted to get your third opinion. Absolutely. Won't say which side and try to be careful how I phrase it to avoid bias. Right. Is it fair to generally reject advice from a chess player with a lower elo rating than you? Well, I'd say it depends a lot on the nature of the advice. Like, that changes things a lot. Okay. Part of the thing for me here is there's a difference between reject and dismiss. If do we mean, how do we mean? Do we mean like saying, oh, I don't want your advice because you're worse than me? It's also just bad on its own merit. Well, you know, that makes it even better. This is going to be a very difficult endgame. I think I'm better. I'm definitely better. There's no think about it. I'm definitely better. The question is, can I win? In this time, that I would probably agree with you on that one. Because like I said, justifying abusive relationships in your works is like insidious, because by being not as outwardly harmful, it's harder not to demonize, but it's harder to eliminate. But preferring advice to someone better than you? Well, obviously you should prefer advice to someone better than you. That makes, like, yeah, but it's a degrees thing, you know? Yeah. I mean, part of it depends on the objectives / situation. If I'm sitting with the kids from my chess club, right? And one of them suggests a move and like, hey, this move's good. Then I'll think it over and be like, do I think that move's good? And then I'll give my answer depending on what I think. Right? Because at that point, it's a learning experience for both parties. I get to consider a move that I might not have seen otherwise, and they get to learn from someone who's higher rated than they are. But if it's like in Twitch chat, someone suggests a move who I know is significantly lower elo than me, let's say like 1200 or something, then if I have time to consider it, I probably will, but I definitely won't take it as seriously as advice from a stronger player. My point is, like, what do you have to lose? Right? That's kind of my thing. What do you have to lose by taking the advice? Not taking the advice, but taking the advice seriously. You know? If it's like in a really fast time control situation, then like, okay, you can't pay that much attention to it because you'll just lose the game on time. But in that situation, whose advice are you taking, right? You don't have advice to take you don't have time to take anyone's advice. So that's my question, is like, what's the downside? Why shouldn't I take whoever's advice? Or accept their advice? I mean, if I think it's the wrong move, obviously I won't play it, but like, it's kind of my job as a chess player, right? It's to play moves I think are good. Like, basically, I don't understand what we're arguing against. What's the thing that we're saying? What's the thing that shouldn't happen? There, like, what? What does it look like to reject advice from someone lower rated than you? That's my question. Be back in a minute. Do it. My opponent's playing very well. Time is his biggest issue. Absolutely this move. Because, I mean, but that being said, I do lean towards the more chess coachy side, because that's what I do in my spare time, right? So my default response is always going to be the one that aligns more with that, because that's just what I do. I don't think that should be expected of everyone, but say something that I find interesting. There's a guy who followed with a suspicious name, and tried to get me to say stuff, and I thought it was you because of the way he typed. Might not have been you, but I was thinking of you. Oh, also, I listened to like the first half of the Joy Division. It wasn't me, I believe you. Also, I listened to the first few songs of the Joy Division album. I forgot what it was called. Now, I definitely like it more than I like the other album. I definitely like it more than the other one. However, I can't see myself going to listen to it for any reason. Maybe I feel like I'm missing something. That's how I feel about it. What happened? He just came in, followed, and typed in a word in the word thing, and then he's still here according to the chat. He's just hasn't said anything since. It wasn't a problem. There wasn't an issue. You just know, being a person on the internet. I had no issue with it. You want to speak with him? I'll let him speak for himself if he wants. If he wants to. I don't want to speak on his behalf. Emerge from the shadows. Yes, the debate started when someone in Discord server was asking for advice from something as a 1000. And they said previously following advice from an 800. So then someone else, why would you take the advice of someone 200 points lower than you? Was it advice on how to study, or was it advice on like what to do in a specific position? Subtitles live? How do you do that? Pro Twitch skills. And an open source application that I found. This is gonna be horrible to try and win. Yeah, it's just not enough. I mean, I can win on time, and I will, but... Timeout versus insufficient material. I should have just guarded my pawns and wait for you to run out of time. I think you played very well. Especially for your elo. No idea why you're 996. That was not a 996 game of chess. They're not perfect, but they do a pretty good job, the captions. Even with time, this is your rapid rating. Fantastic. For impaired hearing or foreigners. That was my thought process. And both? Hey, well there you go. Again, they're not perfect. As you can see, they occasionally get things wrong. They also struggle a lot with names, but in general, they do a pretty darn good job. Yeah. Twas. Well, yeah. I mean, that's not bad, but... So where did I mess up to make this endgame drawing? Because I'm winning here for sure, and I knew I was winning. Was it check? Was it like check then pushes? No. Yeah, D3 is just too soon to let your king in. Yeah, no. This is obvious. This is obvious. I should have seen this. Okay. Let's work backwards, right? This piece is doing a very good job blocking out the knight. This rook's doing a very good job guarding the pawn. The king cannot get in the position yet. None of these pieces need to move. Which begs the question, what needs to move? Listen. Yep. King forward. Correct. I'm not even sure if I should... If I should allow that message. I'm just gonna say no. Really want to get like 1700 chess.com? 1700 on chess.com. I mean, honestly, this isn't, I won't say it's 1700 play, but this is definitely what better than 900. What can I improve? What would I say? I'm thinking. It's hard to say specifically. I have no idea, Flix. I suppose, because it could be contrasted with gender. Yeah. No, I agree. I'll read it on the Discord. Twitch. So, okay, let me think. I think I know some. Okay, yeah. So I think part of what happened is you did a... I think part of your problem in this game is that you never really pushed anything that was good in your position. You kind of just fixed all your weaknesses. So you never were at any threat of winning because you never had any advantage worth playing for. Now, I didn't punish you for it because I didn't play good enough chess on my end to actually push for any of my advantages. So I was a bit sloppy in my capitalization, so I didn't actually win anything. But for example, these two pawns should make me regret my existence. these should be pushing down the board as soon as physically possible, right? Or earlier on, you have this very nice, strong pawn chain here, which makes it difficult for me to make any passers. And this pawn right here kind of suppresses my breathing a little bit. I can't push this pawn. This pawn's forever weak because I can't really get the bishop out. But you kind of just let me take it, you know? I'm going to say no flicks and deny that one. So I should have been in a lot more pain in this game than I was. Want to go again? Well, there's other people in the queue, I believe. If there's not, then you're good. But I'm pretty sure there's other people waiting in line. Okay, I think I know what my problem with Joy Division is. I've been thinking about it, and I think I actually have the words for it. So, I think my problem with Joy Division, or the reason I don't want to listen to them again, is because I don't have anything in the song that makes me want to come back to it. I'm like, wow, I like this thing, you know? Like, his voice is acceptable, but it's not like amazing that I want to hear his voice again. The songwriting is like interesting, but it's not crazy like, whoa, unique enough that I'd be like, I want to come back to listen to that songwriting again. The instrumentation is probably a lot better for its time than it is now. It's probably aged in the same way like a lot of Pink Floyd has, where while it was really unique and inspiring for its time, it's kind of become trite because it's a lot easier to perform nowadays. That the instrumentation is also something where I'm like, okay, why am I listening to Joy Division to listen to this sort of instrumentation, right? You know what I mean? So there's nothing to like hook me, nothing to like make me say, oh, I want to be here. Is that pronounced Susie? That's a heck of a name. Okay. Never got Joy Division? I don't get them either. Okay, let me... Did I break the queue? Yeah, okay, there's no one in queue. Well, now there is, because it's... Why is my next button not working? Weird. I'll rematch you in 1 second, Threaded. I want to read this, but think that's in my Discord first. Someone gave me this advice for chess. Is this good? To be great, you need to understand openings, endgames, the lines of each of those openings. Remember loads of positions in the game and can reference them. Have good natural board reading abilities, and memorize board coordinates and moves so you can play in your head and read notation. After the other guy asked what rating this advice was given from, they said 800, and some debates between 3 people started. So, like, the problem with accepting advice from that 800 is he's not giving advice in the chess position, right? Is that he's giving advice on how to improve. And it's kind of like... It's kind of like if I were to give fitness advice. You know? You take it with a grain of salt until I show another reason why you should take my fitness advice. So if we find out the 800's like cousin or something is a grandmaster, and that's how he knows all the stuff, he just doesn't want to put in the time, then like, okay. But you don't know that from the start. I did hear about that, Ronnie. It's horrible. I trust you on anything else than religion. Oh, that's just rude. What's wrong with my takes on religion? Okay. Why do you think they did it? Well, they're... isn't it? Okay. So I got my information about this secondhand. So, could be wrong. Aren't they a, like... not ISIS, but ISIS adjacent terrorist organization? So, they're like doing it in order to... not protest, but their equivalent of protesting Russia's influence in the Middle East. Yeah? I, again, could be very wrong about that. Thank you very much, Felix. What? I've never banned someone from for disagreeing with me. I mean... apparently the attack was Ukrainian in reality? Now that I haven't heard. I'm not anti-antidepressants, but I'm a little... what's the word I'm looking for? Not skeptical, but wary. I mean, you should be fine. Probably. Yeah, ISIS-K? Okay, so in that case, I'm fairly certain that isn't Ukraine. Plus, I feel like if it was Ukraine, we would have known because nukes would have been dropped. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a bit extreme, but you kind of get my point. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow's National Mourning Day there. Sheesh. Do you think it makes sense it was Ukraine, but I think Zelensky might get removed by a bomb that happens to be... Forget Zelensky. The entire country will be razed. You know what I mean? Captions are wrong. I meant raise as in R-A-Z-E. R-A-Z-E. Raise. Here's something that I said in this debate. Imagine someone who's 2200 rare player asks for opening advice and C4 and 700 says play C5 and copycat everything White does because it works for their games. Whether it's good advice or not, the advice sort of falls apart since realistically a 2200 can beat a 700 with any opening. So experience of playing C4 C5 wildly different from the person who's saying the advice and the one receiving it. I don't know, Ronnie. And I agree with Flix. There's like no reason. It can only be bad for them. Like it can only make their position worse. Again, but what are we telling him not to do? Are we telling him not to act on the advice? Is that what we're saying? We're saying don't act on the advice of people rated significantly lower than you are? Because if that's the case, then it really depends on what advice is being given. You can't say that generally, because maybe 700 will accidentally give you the perfect advice. So like, I still don't really understand what we're saying the person shouldn't do. I am the new Flix. Oh no. Because like, I don't understand. This guy is asking other people's opinions on the advice he was given. He doesn't seem to be just blindly taking the advice. What else are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? True, true. In a state of war in Ukraine yesterday, finally. Oh, that took a while. I wonder what he's calculating here. Do you think we'll have World War III this year? I really don't know. Every time I think I know, something else happens where I'm like, oh, what? And I'm just very confused. I'm super slow? No worries. I prefer slower time controls as well. The only reason I don't play slower time controls on stream is because if I do, then I severely limits the number of players I can play with. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Flix. Maybe not. I don't know, because it's possible that Ukraine was acting irrationally. However, I really find it hard to believe that after everything that's happened, they would do not a random terror attack, I suppose, but like just a terror attack and then boom, like make everything much harder for themselves. And in return, what do they get? Some dead civilians. You know what I mean? The CIA did it. But why would the CIA do it? Like it was a terror attack very clearly. Right? And it was civilians, yes? Because it was a theater. It was a normal person theater. And so it was civilians who were targeted by and large. That's fair enough. Actually, it's a fair point, Flix. Yeah. No, I understand that. And obviously, you should prefer taking advice from people who are stronger than you are. Naturally. But, again, my question still remains. What are we telling him not to do? What did he do wrong in this position? Like, he got advice from somebody who's probably a friend of his. And so he's asking other people for opinion on the advice because he's not sure himself. That seems to me like the correct way of going about it. I can't think of any reason that's the wrong way of doing it. I do not know who they are, Flix. Also, I like Susie and the Banshees more than I like Joy Division for sure. I'm still listening. I'm still in the preliminary listening phase, so not sure how much I like them, but definitely more than Joy Division. Although, to be fair, it's kind of a low bar. I'm going to go here first to guard the pawn, and then I'm going to play Bishop E3 and maybe some rook move. And plus, haven't there been other thwarted attacks by the same organization in like a billion other places throughout Europe? I'm fairly certain there were. There was like in Berlin and in somewhere in France. You're officially a goth? I didn't know that. That's official. I think I know a person who'd be able to tell me where I could source the makeup from. I don't have any goth makeup on hand, but I know a person who'll know where to find it. But you don't love Disintegration, so I don't know. Yeah, The Cure, there's a bunch of songs from The Cure I like. It's just none of their albums have really stuck with me a ton. They're one of those artists that I like a lot of their singles and a lot of just individual songs, but I've never really vibed with a full album. I haven't listened to enough metal to be a new metal goth. I still need to listen to like System of a Down albums and whatnot, because I haven't listened to any of those iconic albums. I'm still very, very amateurish. I'm not even sure if I want to read this. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. You spend lots of time practicing the wrong thing, and the best way to avoid loss of time is being more cautious by someone who isn't better than you. Well, I don't think it's better than you in that case. I think it's good. Which, I know that makes it more complicated, not less, but my point is, I don't think them being better than you is almost really relevant. The question is, should they be giving advice to begin with? Because even if you're a 500, I don't think you should be taking a 700's advice just because he's a 700 and he's better than you. You know? A 2000 shouldn't necessarily... No. Ad hominem is when the thing is unrelated. When you're questioning somebody's authority, it isn't ad hominem, Ronnie. Ad hominem is when you use somebody's character to distract from any valid point they have. This is an ad hominem because we're using the person's chest strength to determine whether or not their advice is necessarily helpful. So appeal to authority? Even appeal to authority... okay, it's an appeal to authority, not a faulty appeal to authority. It is a legitimate appeal to authority. Because appeal to authority isn't a bad thing. Faulty appeal to authority is a bad thing. Faulty appeal to authority is when it doesn't matter. When the authority isn't relevant. So like if, I don't know, if like Stephen Hawking gave chess advice or something. You know what I mean? And we're like, oh, he's Stephen Hawking, we should take his advice. That's a faulty appeal to authority. But if Magnus Carlsen gives advice and you say, oh, we should take it because of Magnus Carlsen's advice, that's not a faulty appeal to authority. That's a completely legitimate appeal to authority. Because he is an authority on that specific topic which is being discussed. But it's not negative reputation. It isn't a reputational thing. It's whether or not they're authority on what they're saying. Valuing someone with a PhD's opinion on a scientific topic over a layman's opinion isn't ad hominem. It's basic research standards. I'm not even saying that a lot of time they won't know. I'm just saying that I don't think more ELO versus less ELO is relevant. I think it's more of a conversation of, is their advice good? I don't think more or less is necessarily important. That was a bad game for me. Yeah, it started pretty strong, but those Catalan positions, they'll mess everyone up. They're complicated. Let me appeal to, oh no, sorry, ad hominem. I took like 3 logic classes in high school. I remember ad hominem pretty well. Let me just, maybe I'm wrong here, but let me check. An argument directed against a person rather than the position they were maintaining. Right. Right. An ad hominem refers to several types of arguments which are fallacious. Typically, this term refers to a rhetorical strategy where the speaker attacks the character, motive, or some other attribute of the person making an argument rather than attacking the substance of the argument itself. This avoids genuine debate by creating a personal attack as a diversion, often using a totally irrelevant, but often highly charged attribute of the person's character or background. Which, yeah, of course. I try to avoid ad hominem whenever possible. But I'm not attacking his character, I'm not attacking his motives, I'm not attacking anything that's not relevant to the point. And I'm not even saying his advice is bad because it's 700. I'm just saying his advice might not be good. Has a lower chance of being good. I didn't even say his advice is definitely bad. I'm saying you should not be taking it at face value without analysis, which I'd say that of anybody, but the likelihood that the advice is good goes up as the elo goes up. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so to some degree, that guy is kind of right, but like, just because you can't execute on a lot of the things you're saying doesn't mean you're necessarily wrong, right? People can learn from people who are weaker than them because they might not have the same strengths and weakness spread as you do. There's a million reasons someone might be lower elo than their ability in one facet of the game of chess represents, right? If someone is great at endgames, but they're terrible at everything else, then they're going to suffer for it. But they can still give an endgame advice. Or maybe if they have a really strong mental state, but their chess isn't very good, then they can give mental state advice. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe their chess is amazing, but their mental state is terrible. Then them giving your advice on your position or on what you should do might be very good advice because they don't have the mental chargedness that is typical of their own games, right? So, absolutely, I agree with that. Local. 100%. Which is why I asked like a million times here, what are we telling him not to do? If we're telling him not to take the advice at face value and not ask questions about it and not criticize it, he's not doing that. He's asking other people their opinion, which in my opinion is the right thing to do. If you don't have someone who's really strong that you know and trust, you know, like a grandmaster friend or whatever. He's asking other people. So what are we telling him to do? Dismiss it because the guy's low elo? I don't know. If you're getting so much advice that you need to dismiss some of it, I would say dismiss the low elo stuff first. But again, what's the downside of not dismissing it and looking into it and thinking about it? I guess technically you could say you're wasting time, but I disagree. I think you solidify your own position more and you learn more about that person's wrong opinion, your own correct opinion. You learn about a lot of things. That's why I'm saying, what are we telling him to do that he didn't do? Again, we're telling him to ask questions about it, then he is. He's literally asking, is this good advice? I got this advice, but I don't know if it's good. What's the most games played you've ever seen? There's this one account on Lichess that I saw once that has like, I think it was well over 100,000 bullet games. And he's like a 1700 or something. Because supposedly he's like a retiree and he just constantly plays bullet because he likes it. Oh, it's a very interesting debate. But again, you have to be super specific. Yeah, it might be that guy. This is a take that I haven't thought about ever before, so take with a grain of salt. Also, this is not an attack on the conversation or the people in it, just general thoughts. Absolutely. I think that the concept of fallacy is spreading to the extent so that a lot of people know it's bad, but it just gives another tool to misinterpret who's right and to grip your own opinions dogmatically. If used right, the categorization could definitely be useful, but it's often as a way to feel better than others. It's a tool that's very often misunderstood, and that can lead to more confusion. Like, I would say that Ronnie's telling me that I was using ad hominem was confused, because I don't think that I don't think that me saying that because someone is provably not an authority on a topic, their opinion lacks lacks a necessary base of truth. It might still be true, but it requires more evidence. It's not self-verifiable. It needs more outside evidence because they're not an authority. That's not ad hominem. Ad hominem would be, ad hominem was if I looked at the guy who Local just quoted earlier and say like, oh, he spelled your with a U and an R. Why are we taking his advice? He can't even spell English words correctly. Why are we taking his advice? That's insane. Right? That's ad hominem, because him being able to spell this word your is completely irrelevant when we're talking about chess, you know? But like everything else, total of 1,000 plus days playtime. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay, so what happened in this game? Knight c3 is wrong. Okay, so it was this. Yeah, the early takes is queen a4. I get my lines mixed up. Is there a Q? There should be. Okay, the Q's just being dumb. Okay, Ronnie, I'll play you after I'm done analyzing this. Yeah, I might have accidentally pressed the close Q button. My bad. That's what I mean. It's easy to misinterpret fallacies and subconsciously search for things that support your position, therefore breeding dogmatism. Yes, but I don't think... Okay, this is going to be a weird way of putting it, but I don't think that's the fault of fallacies. They're just... you can do that with literally anything. I don't think fallacies... I mean, they might be slightly better suited for that, but they're also slightly better suited for objectively thinking about an argument's structure, more so than its content. Which can be useful. Like anything else, people are going to use it the way people are going to use it. Isn't it possible that guy played more than Magnus? I guess theoretically, but I find it I don't know. I find it unlikely. But I mean, maybe he has. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, so. Sure. h6 is fine. Okay, so with h6, you're preventing bishop g5, which is a move I want to play. You're good. Now, knight g4. So, knight g4 does attack my bishop, but what is the knight actually doing on the g4 square if I just move my bishop like I did in the game? Has it done anything productive? Right? You should move pieces to squares if it does something productive. Force me to play a move. If you play back now, then you've just given me a tempo. It's my move and I have the bishop on f4, right? Which is still a good square for it. I like d3 better, but f4 is still a good square. So... putting the knight on g4 might be good, but like, why is the knight there? Why is the knight there good for your position? Now, maybe the reason is e5, and this is actually what I expect you to play. Now, I wasn't sure. It looked like a pawn sack, but you're already up a pawn due to the c4 pawn. And like, supposedly you can play like g5 here. It's interesting. I'm not sure one way or another. This is a very difficult position to evaluate for me. But... either way, it's an interesting idea. But that justifies the knight being on g4. That's like, the knight's on g4 so you can play e5, right? So like, okay, we have a reason. In this position, you played bishop d6, which kind of does the opposite, which was an accident, I'm sure, but... There's this one fallacy that's used often online, but I don't know the name of it. For example, let's say there's this guy who released a song, and someone says the song sounds terrible, and the other guy says, your opinion is invalid because you don't even make music or know what it's like at all to produce music. I'm not sure if this fallacy has a name. Like, you don't need to be a barber, for example, to recognize that a haircut looks bad. That might be ad hominem. There might be a more specific word for that. It's almost like, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, give me a second. I just saw it. It's almost close to a tuquoque. Tuquoque? Lex. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Maybe not. Not really tuquoque. It's weird. I'm sure that there may very well be a name for that fallacy, but it sounds like a subcategory of ad hominem. By association. Again, the point of this, can you type it in chat? That's like spelling bee difficulty of word, yeah. I forget the second O. It's only supposed to have one O at the end. Oh yeah, I accidentally lost him, Elo. Also, hi, it's suspended. I was that Elo at the start of stream. Exactly. Statistics can be misleading, but they're also a useful tool for truth seeking. Like anything else, it's a tool. The tool can be misused, the tool can be used. Maybe. Association. Affirmative conclusion from a negative premise. Yeah, there's a lot of these. I don't know all these off the top of my head. I only memorized like 20 or so. Are you playing anybody at all? Yes, I'm just analyzing this position. And we also get distracted, King. That's a very common thing in my stream. Anyway, bishop e3, knight g4, bishop f4. And see, this works well together with knight g4. This works against it. Because you're inviting me to play e5, which traps the knight, right? And that's what happened, and you just ended up losing material. Yeah, that was a shame. Yeah. Again, knight g4, I feel like was not fully thought through. Like, you thought about it a lot afterwards, but you should have a plan, right? It's, again, I'm going to use the example of the kids at my chess club again, because they're such good examples. One of the, not infuriating, but one of like the most crazy things to me is when these kids come in and we're within their, you know, first few months of starting at the chess club, and we're still, you know, getting used to it. They'll play a move, and it's a terrible move, right? And so I ask them, I say, okay, why'd you play that move? And they'll be like, I don't know. It's a move. And it's like, it's a shockingly common thing. And I feel like that mentality extends to a much higher level than 7, 8-year-olds, right? We just are better at disguising it. The mentality of, okay, so if you play a move and then someone asks you, why'd you play that move? You go, Now that can look like a few things. That can look like, oh, that's just the move you play in the opening. Or it can be, I don't know, it looks right. Or, oh, I do that a lot. Or it can be, look, it attacks a piece. You know? And so one of the harder things to do in chess that kind of, especially when you're starting, is the ability to, like, find good candidate moves, or moves you might play. Exactly, you really need to be sure what you're doing. Argument by fast talking. Description: when fast talking is seen as intelligence and or confidence in the truth of one's argument, therefore seen as evidence of the truth of the argument itself. Logical form. According to person 1, Y is true. Person 1 speaks very fast, therefore Y is true. There's a million different fallacies. It reminds me of, I believe it's a Tolstoy quote, which is how did it go? It was something along the lines of every emotionally healthy family is the same. Meanwhile, every emotionally unhealthy family seems to find a new way to be emotionally unhealthy. Something like that. Morning, Callum. Morning. What's your time zone? I know nothing about Ben Shapiro. He does talk very fast. That's Leo Tolstoy? It was Tolstoy. I'm right. I thought it was Tolstoy. I said Tolstoy, right? I think I said Tolstoy. I meant Tolstoy. Yeah, all happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. There you go. I was close. Anyway, I'm adapting that to logical arguments. Every logical argument is alike. Every illogical argument is illogical in its own way. I've never heard it called the Anna Karenina principle, but I'm familiar with the original quote. How's it going? Pretty well. I've been playing terrible chess, but the conversation has been interesting. So, overall, a W, I think. Also, that reminds me. I'm considering something. So, with the advent of serious Fisher Random tournaments at the highest level, you know, that Carlsen's organizing, that he's expressed interest in continue to organize more of them, I feel like it might be the time when Fisher Random has a chance of actually existing in the public headspace. Therefore, I am considering making it so Saturdays is Fisher Random Day. And then Monday, Wednesday stays regular chess, but we do Fisher Random on Saturdays. It could also be educational, because Fisher Random really forces you to think. I have this friend I'm starting to teach chess. They're starting from absolute zero. So far, I taught them every piece moves, but not yet how a game works. Concepts, checkmate, stalemate, promotion. Do you have any advice? As soon as you're done with the rules, I recommend trying to get them started on notation. So like the names of the squares and what the pieces are when you move them. Because it makes explaining further concepts easier, and it helps start developing board visualization. It's going to be really hard at the beginning, and they're going to struggle for a while, but getting that started as early as possible will make it easier down the line. At least that's my opinion. That's a random decision. That's a little random. I've just been thinking about it. For a few reasons. I've said for a while that I think Fisher Random has a good chance of being the future of chess if the organizations will adopt it, and that I kind of want it to be the future of chess as well. But I realize it's kind of weird to say that and then not do anything about it, you know? Like, oh, this is the future and I want it to be the future. I sure hope it happens. You know what I mean? Now, once you get to notation, from then, I haven't taught many people from zero. I'm just starting now, so I'm not super experienced with that. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Again, not going into effect until next week, or this upcoming Saturday. It also depends on how old the person is, because teaching kids is way different than teaching adults, or even teenagers, in my experience. Again, instinctively teach too fast and not quite understand how someone might easily see that a bishop is hanging. Well, bishop hanging and that sort of stuff comes with practice. You can't really... It's not you can't teach that, but you can't teach it to a point where it becomes a skill. You have to kind of like... That happens as time goes on. How should I know that I'm on the right pace? Again, it depends on if they're a kid or if they're an adult / teenager. If they're adult or teenager, you can ask them, hey, am I going too fast? Well, in that case, you could probably ask them. You could say, hey, are we absorbing everything? Or do we need to take a break? You know, and like, just reinforce the things we already have. Because I would expect an 18-year-old would know when they're not getting anything because it's just information overload, right? Maybe they can. If they can't, then it's different, but I would say teach them about active squares and basic principles. Oh yeah, absolutely. But notation helps with that, is what I'm saying. Who are you rooting for in the FIDE candidates? Probably Fabi. I like him a lot as a player. And I think he probably is the strongest there, currently. in classical. He's playing in the candidates. I don't remember all the players, but I know Fabi is playing, so he was an easy choice. Yeah, and so you just end up losing a piece, and from then it's all downhill. I appreciate the way you played. You tried to be active, but it's just hard. Okay, who's next? Ronnie's next. Okay, it's your turn, Ronnie. Kara's playing too? Yes. Ding should also... No, Ding's not playing because he's the current reigning champion. Again, no hate to Ding. He seems like a great guy, and I'm sure there are reasons. But having Ding as a world chess champion really kind of shows us how good we had it with Carlsen as a champion. Currently doing beta testing on my shaders on Minecraft right now. Ooh. What kind of shaders do you normally go with? Yeah, but like, what kind of shader is it? What look are you trying to get? If you don't mind my asking. At what point should I teach basic tactics? Oh, what do you mean by teach basic tactics? Teach basic tactics. Like, what would that entail? Fork, skewers, pins? Well, I would explain them as they come up. That's been my kind of mode of operations. Again, I'm only going to start teaching in a more structured manner in the coming few weeks. Realistic, I guess. In the coming week, I'm going to start teaching a bit more structured, so I'll have better advice when I start. Up until this point, I've been teaching less structured. Which pawn do I take with? This one. Well, so far it's been running good. Nice. How hard is it to actually make a shader? I know very little about it. Definitely for choice in this position. It's decently difficult for me. Oh yeah, well I guess it depends on how much you know about whatever language you make shaders in. Would that be like... So Minecraft itself is Java, but the shaders, do those also run in Java? Or are those some post-processing things that have in difficulty? It would still be Java, yeah? Or at least, I assume you're using Java. Are we on Bedrock Edition or Java Edition? I guess I should have led with that. Changes things a little. Java, yeah, I assumed. I've been working on it for a year. Ooh. Sheesh. I'm glad it's going well then. Okay. Ugh. Why you won't draw? I'm running 40 FPS pretty commonly, so it's a little rough on a computer, but not too much. Oh, 40 FPS in Minecraft is rough. Is that with or without any of like the sodium, lithium, all the performance optimizers? My friend I'm teaching asked me before, how can you spend 4 hours playing one chess game? Just play the best move. Man. See, that's another interesting thing, is as you get better at chess, spending more time becomes easier, until at the end, you don't understand how you can't spend more time without performance boosters. Okay, so that's not that terrible. tempting the hands of fate a bit. The animation was definitely the most difficult. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I'm tempting the hands of fate at least a little here. I think we're chill. I think this was a mistake. I think you should have actually taken the pawn. After taking the pawn, I think I was in a rough spot. Because you take the pawn, and then if I push, and then you check here, and it's rough. Because I can't go back. I get mated, and I don't really want to go forward. Because then you push here, and you're threatening this mate. Or I guess it's not mate immediately, but it's going to be mate really quick. Very scary. Very scary. The more you play chess, the more you realize how insanely complex it is. Yes. So I very much disagree with the way White's played this. Now I think his position is just needlessly difficult. Because like something like this looks obvious now, but then I take, right? And you have to deal with me taking all these pawns. If you hold a torch, light surrounds you, so at night it's easier to see. Do the shares making nighttime hard to see? Is that standalone mod? Or are you using Optifine? Because isn't that a part of Optifine? I guess I forgot to ask. Is this Forge? Is it? I think I remember it being an Optifine thing. I mean, it might not be. I might just be wrong. I know there's a mod for... Okay, so I did that work for nothing. Well, I know there's other mods that do it. I had a... Because I always try to install a mod that does that for me because I really like it. You know, the dynamic lighting. I know there's a Fabric mod that does it because I use Fabric more than Forge. I just in generally like it more, and in my opinion, the best performance optimizers are all on Fabric. Okay, isn't Iris like the Optifine shader thing? I don't remember. I looked into this stuff more a while back. Played my first over-the-board tournament game against an IM. Playing them that felt like hide and seek against someone who can see through walls. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. You can use Iris, yeah. Again, it's been a while. I haven't played Minecraft in a hot minute. Did I have any way of trying to draw at the end? Or trying to win at the end? No, I was just drawing the whole time. Here you had Queen F7 though, and I lose, which is pretty funny. Okay, game review. I don't think I had any way to push there. GG, yeah. Very annoying. Where did I go wrong? Suppose I might not have gone wrong. Yeah, I didn't go wrong. It just wasn't anything to play for. It was Rook E8. Okay. Let me guess. Rook F5. Nope, also bad. What did it want me to play? B5? Oh. Ah, want me to play B5. Okay, I see. I thought something like this was going to happen, but I guess... Okay. What if takes first? Let's just take it simple. Oh, and if you go here, then I get D3. I see. There isn't any issues with the shaders. I can't... Oh, yeah. After working on for a year. C move 28. Yeah, no, this makes sense now. Oh yeah, 28, you had queen f7. Yeah, you had queen f7 twice. So here's my question. In this position, why couldn't you take the pawn? This looks significantly more threatening. What did you calculate here? Because, worried about the passed pawn? Yeah, but if I play d2, then queen e6, and I have to play king f8, right? So I play king f8. Because if I play king h8, then I get hit with this one. Which this is a classic. So I have to play king f8. And after king f8, I was trying to justify d6. I don't know if it works, but... I mean, worst case scenario, you can go check, check, right? It depends on if what I'm playing for. If I'm playing a more serious game, then I do want increment. But if I'm playing just, you know, just chess, then I don't really care one way or another. But if I'm playing a serious game, I want increment just because I want to be able to play good endgames. Because if you go in a non-increment position, that means in a long game, the endgame is going to be terrible. And I like endgames, so I don't want the endgame to be terrible. Recently ported it up to fine to make it easier for me not to worry about doing so much. And that makes sense. Worst case scenario, you definitely have this. And so I have to go back to g8, right? Stupid question. Ah, bishop f8 here, yeah. Queen c8. And if I go bishop f8, then I lose, right? So then queen f6. Huge problems. Sorry, queen f7. Queen f7, evidently, hold on a little more. It's fine. Yeah, takes just looked better. I had to do a lot more thinking, right? Because after you didn't take, it was very easy. You had to perpet me. Now, obviously, I was terrible, but, like, moving my king there was horrible. But my point is, you have to perpet me here. Versus taking, there's a lot more, because you might be able to push with mate faster than I can mate you. You know what I mean? Koga, welcome back. Opinion on forced euthanasia authorized by the state for extremely ill patients who are barely living and only alive because their selfish family wants to cling to life. Sheesh. Accuracy was 82.3 for you and 83.9 for me. So, like, part of the problem is that I'm not even sure how I feel about euthanasia in general. But if they're... I guess it depends on the case, but that sounds terrible in any situation. Like, it's hard for me to imagine a situation where that would make sense, but I'm pretty sure it's theoretically possible for there to be one. What do you mean going against God's plan? I mean, it won't be going against God's plan any more than a murder would be going against God's plan. Or, I mean, like, I like to think God knows enough that we don't have to worry about surprising him, if that makes sense. And plus, this would be like my trolley problem answer, right? Where I'm like, okay, my answer to the trolley problem is that both answers to the trolley problem are inherently unethical because humans don't have the ethical right to to decide who lives and who dies, to decide what other humans live and die. So by being put in a situation where you get to make that decision, you're inherently put in a situation where there's no ethical way out. Everything's unethical. So I could see situations where that sort of forced euthanasia would be in the same situation as a trolley problem, right? Like if all the hospital beds are full and there's someone in critical condition who we know can make it, and then there's someone who's been, I don't know, in a coma for 10 years. Right? Like, my gut tells me I'm against euthanasia, but I haven't done enough research to have a confident opinion. I think that the state should be allowed to give euthanasia for patients who can't consent while bypassing the family. Some are mentally function, just consuming resources because of a selfish family. Well, if they're not conscious, how are they in pain? Can God create a stone that it can't lift? I find questions like that silly because they try to apply the rules of our universe to God. And it's probably the best way I would put that. And I think it's kind of a funny thought to say, ha! Guess what? Logic, the thing that you created that exists and works in some situations, because in theory, assuming God exists, because you made it so, I'm going to use it to trap you. You fool! I think it's kind of silly. Okay, King does not look to be here. Did I accidentally click the close again? No, okay, there's just no one in queue. Okay, I'm going to get my rapid elo back. Terrible internet because I'm away from home, but I'll be here on Monday to talk. And hear your replies. See ya. See ya. I think normally I play this. Forget, I get my lines mixed up. Played a guy who's 3,000 bullet in Blitz and lost. See, why'd you add that last part? You could have just said the first part and we wouldn't have known. Right? There is no reason to add the and lost. All you're doing is hurting yourself. Even good players mess up? Yeah, but no. I played 2800. See? That's how you do it. Nobody needs to know. It's forever a mystery. I def beat him, just don't look at my games. You know what? I'll trust you. Trust is important. I choose trust. Takes. My intention was to play this. And then takes, takes, and I thought that looked fine for me. It's opposite colored bishop, so it's a little dry, but I do have the black pieces. Alchemy Blobfish, use trust. It's super effective. Oh. That's shocking to me. Critical hit. Precisely. I definitely want to play this. Solves a lot of my problems at once. Ah, we're chilling. I mean, I don't think I'm, like, much better, if I am better at all, but... can't be much worse. Can I get away with bishop h6? It's a little sneaky. Bishop h6. Does he have bishop e4? He might. Takes rook, takes knight, takes knight, takes rook. What's material look like there? Then, like, no, I have bishop e6 there. No, but that doesn't mean anything, because he can take my bishop, and then I take his bishop, and... what's the position like? Oh, I can't take my bishop, he has to move his queen first, so... then I take his bishop, takes my bishop. Material's equal, but I've got knight for bishop. That looks good, right? If I've calculated correct, then this gives me an endgame where I have a bishop for a knight. Yeah. So now I have to take my rook, right? And then I play bishop e6. Uh-huh. I see. He wants to sack the exchange. Well, it's bold, I'll give him that. I don't trust it at all. I don't think he should trust it either, but, like... don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? I'm actually kind of shocked by this. More than kind of, I'm extremely shocked by this. This looked just bad to me. Just like openly terrible. Because now I just trade off another pair of pieces and like, you're just an exchange down. Maybe there's some trickiness he can do with the knight, but his queen's so far away. His back rank's so weak. I don't know, man. This looked wrong. Knock yourself out, buddy. Let's trade rooks. Oh, come on. Let's trade queens. Let's trade queens, friend. Okay, this. I'm just an exchange up. Now, that's going to be annoying to win with. An exchange up is winning, but it's really painful to win with in my experience. So we'll have to see how that goes, but I am winning. By all accounts. That looks wrong. I mean, he just trapped his own knight. This dude is falling apart. Just here, just literally this. What is this? Okay, I've got a passer. We're chilling. Nice. That looks pretty clean. Maybe I could have done better. You know the song? Give me a second. I'm listening. I don't know it off the top of my head. Maybe I might know it, but I don't think I do. What type of Sicilian are we dealing with here? Okay, standard knight f3, knight f6 off. Play a dragon. Play a dragon. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Oh. Okay, Prince, I'll play you after this game. A Dragdorf? Really? Bruce Springsteen? Yeah, I've heard some Bruce Springsteen, but not enough that I'm super... know everything. Huh. I see. Well, you didn't you showed me a cover of the song, so, I mean, it's not quite fair. Love myself a dragon? This isn't a dragon, this is a Dragdorf. He played a Dragdorf. Close enough? It really isn't. I just don't remember what the problem with the Dragdorf is. I think it was it early G4? Early G4 might have been it. Again, I know it's bad, but I'm struggling to remember why. Oh. Okay, yeah, I feel like I've heard the song before, but I don't know it super well. Again, I don't listen to much Bruce Springsteen. 70s is really a dead zone for my music knowledge. I know, like, nothing about the 70s. Because I got 80s and 90s from my parents, and I got 50s and 60s from my grandparents. But 70s are completely dead. My parents don't like 70s, and my grandparent don't like 70s. So I'm just got nothing when it comes to 70s. I'm telling you, 70s are a serious dead zone for me. I'm not saying that's how it should be. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's how it is. Key to this, if I remember, is always trying to figure out how to get your correct central break. I feel like I should be ripping open the center with reckless abandon, but it's very difficult to. What am I thinking? I really want to sack the pawn here, but I struggle to justify it. think it's good. The more I calculate, the more I like it. If I go here, if he takes with bishop first, I take with pawn, takes with knight. I mean, takes with bishop first looks terrible because he gives me knight c6, so he has to take with knight first. He takes with knight first. Pawn takes, bishop takes. I think I have knight b5. Bohemian Rhapsody, I know that one super well. Imagine, I know it, but I haven't listened to it in forever. I've only listened to it a few times, so I don't remember it super duper well. Stairway to Heaven, right. Wish you were here from that era. If you know them, then you know 70s. Again, Hotel California, Bohemian Rhapsody, Stairway to Heaven. I know the riff, but I haven't listened to the full song in a long time, maybe not ever. Wish You Were Here. Don't know Wish You Were Here. I'm telling you, man. 70s are a real dead zone for me. By Pink Floyd. Which album is that? Because I've listened to Dark Side of the Moon and The Wall, and I've watched The Wall movie, which that movie was like 90s. And so I'm somewhat familiar. The only thing is what am I thinking? Is I don't remember a lot of the names from the songs. Wish You Were Here album? Yeah, no. I listened to The Wall and Dark Side of the Moon. I liked The Wall better than Dark Side of the Moon, but I didn't like love either. I understand why someone would. I just weren't for me, I'd say. His king's still in the center, man. I just refuse to accept that he's okay. Like, come on. Where's the win, right? And so I'm sacking a pawn for fast development. Because I get Tempe on everything, and it just... There's so much potential energy in my position. My position's like bursting at the seams. Bridge over troubled water? Oh. I recognize the name, but I don't remember anything else. So, maybe? That's an insane move. He's not going to play F5. I refuse to Simon & Garfunkel? Yes, I have then. I don't know many of the Simon & Garfunkel songs' names, but my grandmother really likes Simon & Garfunkel. Something's off, man. This position isn't right. It isn't right, I'm telling you. It's unhealthy. Now, whether it's unhealthy because it's losing, or it's unhealthy because of something else, I don't know, but it's unhealthy. Sound of silence in the boxer? Well, yeah. Does F5 work here? I would kill to play F5. Well, you never know until you try, right? It's a little optimistic. But I've always been a little optimistic, so. Guilty as charged. F5 might be terrible. Ooh. Ooh, I really don't like that, though. I really don't trust that move. Like, come on. Bishop takes g5 plays itself next move. If he doesn't castle this move, bishop takes g5 plays itself. And even if he does castle this move, I might still play bishop takes g5. Still reading Wii? Yeah, I've just started it because I'm trying to read in its original Russian in order to also learn Russian. So I'm like still on like the first page because it's a dense book already and I'm trying to learn Russian. Spent like an hour and a half yesterday. You know, I had Google Translate, I had Wii, and I had an audiobook. Come on. You can't, there's no way that's okay for you. There's no universe where that's playable. None. Not ours, not a pair, no way. Just no way. It's just impossible. I don't know where it is, but there's something. There must be something. It's a dense book. Well, you know, it's not the only way I'm learning Russian. I just figured it's already something I want to read. It'd be a shame to, you know, waste the opportunity. Plus, I've always kind of gotten in over my head as a way of learning things. I find it more fun. There's no way. There's no way I like... Bishop takes g5, I think, is a threat here, too. And now he moved his queen away from his king. Where's the checkmate? Hold on, I see something. It almost works. Oh, it almost works. No, wait. Oh, it almost works. It doesn't quite. No, wait. I might be stupid. It's possible that I'm stupid. It's entirely possible that I'm stupid. Or I'm a genius. There's no third option. He took it. Oh, I meant to go check first. I messed up my move order. Ah. I hate when I do this to myself. I was planning on checking first. That was the whole point. Now I am stupid. Because I didn't check first. That was the entire point of the move. What am I doing with myself? What am I doing with my life? I'm sure it was winning if I just played check first. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna win anyway. Man, I'm frustrated. I had it. Mate in 7? Nah. Not in this position. I just need like one more piece to get in the fight. Oh, there he is. That might not be that bad. I'm gonna be a coward. It's not even good. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's a weird move. Does it work? Doesn't look good. Why didn't he take my queen? He was going to be a piece up. The only reason I have a shadow of a chance in this position is because my opponent's been playing really bizarre moves. Like, exceedingly bizarre. If I trade queens, I'm lost, so I can't trade queens. Or, I mean, I can let him trade queens, but I can't stop it exactly. I need to at least have a lot of pressure when I do. So if he wants to trade queens here, I think I'm winning that bishop. Looks like I'm winning that bishop. Man. I'm so, like, oh. I am sure that check was, like, either winning or very, very good for me. I played my moves wrong. I always do this to myself. Still weird? It's weird, but... Oh, he disconnected. Well, that's going to be anticlimactic if I win. Oh no, he reconnected. It's fine. The problem is also time in this position. I don't have any of it. Alright, and this was the point I have to try. Calling it a good move stretches the definition of good in chess. Ah, it's mate. Oh, I'm telling you, I absolutely had something. Let's look. Let's look. Look. Okay. So look. In this position, check first. And now he has to go to either d7 or d8. Because going this way makes no sense. Give me a second. How do you hold this? Okay, d8. If I take... What move do you play here? Maybe I still didn't have anything, but it's just... No, my plan was to play check first. Let's check first. I guess king c8's the problem. Do I have a good response to king c8? I play queen f7. Bishop d5. Bishop takes e4. Guess I'm just losing here. I swear, it looked like I had something. Okay, what did I miss? What should I have done? I don't know my Dragdorf theory very well. Okay, so. It is g4. Okay, what I didn't understand about g4 is what I'm threatening. Let's say he plays rook c8 here. G5 doesn't do anything, because he can just take, right? And I'm not threatening anything with the bishop there. Saying h4. Okay, h4, what am I threatening here? Let's say he wastes a move, something stupid. Bishop h... Okay, so the point is you go bishop h3, and then you play g5, and now you're actually cooking. Because the pawn stays there and he has to move the knight somewhere passive. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Man. This is so sad. Thank you so much, Miles, for the raid. Let me see if this button works. Yeah! Still weird? It's weird, I'm just annoyed. Absolutely wild. Why did you come in at this moment? I'm doing terrible. Also, thank you so much. Wait. Big Illin? Big Illin? M? I've just been playing terrible chess all day. All day, I tell you. Okay, who's next? Also, what's your chess.com name? Prince of Liu? Oh, it's... Okay. Ooh, Romanian. Okay, here we go. What's the play here again? Yeah, this could be a problem. Oh, like I said, just terrible chess all evening. Missing the most basic stuff. How you were related to that booth fella? Yeah. So, I think, if memory serves, it was like my great. It's like, it's on my mom's side, I know. Nice job so far. I told you I was playing terrible. I warned you. I was very specific about warning y'all that I was playing terrible chess this evening. It's not in the title because I didn't know. Why are you apologizing? My opponent apologized. Anyway, I didn't put it in the title because I didn't know I was going to be playing terrible chess until the stream happened, right? You don't know these things ahead of time. It's spontaneous. It's just a little goofy, silly thing that happens sometimes, right? It could be something, that's for sure. Okay. Undecided. What's the 8 square? Okay. Good to know. I want to go here. I don't have much to lose. I see. Yes. I see. I don't have much to lose. Something, desperation, innovation, coping. Disagree with that move. I feel like it makes his life more difficult. I guess, although, I guess the position's far easier for him, though, so. You have a reputation to lose. What reputation? What do you mean I have a reputation to lose? Excuse me? Well, I mean, that's why you don't resign. Oh my gosh. Did you do that on purpose? I feel like you did that on purpose. Because I wasn't exactly being subtle. Wasn't paying attention? Suppose. Okay, this is your new reputation. What's my new reputation? Blundering a piece of the opening? Looking at stream? Hey, what can I say? I'm a distracting guy. I'm a distracting fella. Gosh. What a disaster. Again, here you could play G4, and I think you're still okay, but, you know. But, like, literally anything else is made. I told you, disastrous miracle. You know what? You were right. I don't know why, I don't know how, but you were right. I didn't want you to be right. It hurts me that you were right. But you were right. Okay, Miles, what's your chess.com name? Is it the same? It's probably the same, right? Yeah. Okay, you're the next victim of my ability to make opponents somehow play worse than I do. You play well? I appreciate the compliment, but I really don't feel like I played that well in that position. Dunno. Suppose this. What I like about this position is it's ambiguous which way I'm going to castle. I enjoy that. I don't think I have any real big advantage, but I don't know, maybe I'll get a bishop pair at some point. Something along those lines. But again, it's a weird position. What more could you ask for? Be aggressive. I fully intend to. I fully intend to. Queen takes. I did not expect that. Huh. I'm not even sure how to respond. I think I'll play bishop here. Like I said, I really like him not knowing where I'm going to castle. I'm going to keep it that way. That guy who said he could 100-0 me, well, we played once and I beat him first try. Hey, did he specify which side was the 100 and which side was the 0? Maybe he was saying that he could lose to you 100 times in a row. In which case, he might have been right. It was a very bizarre way of playing this position. Ambiguity begone. I'm committing. Am I committing? I'm committing. 306. In chess, as in life, I have commitment issues. No, I'm kidding. Again, I'm not being subtle. But I don't think subtlety is required in this position. There are positions that require subtlety. I don't think this is one of them. And I think I'm better if he castles. I don't know what... I honestly don't know what he should do. I don't agree with the way he's playing this. I don't think he should have brought the queen out. I think it's more of a weakness than a strength. Unveiled is my favorite song of his. BT dubs. It's been a while since I went on seeked out different songs of his, so I forget their names. Honestly, I'm just bad with names in general. Pretty short, but very beautiful. He's got a very unique style. I like it. See, because I don't see a good way to play this position without taking my knight, but he really doesn't want to take my knight. because giving me the bishop pair in this position and his light squares around here are Swiss cheese, and if I take with pawn, then I have a g-file, and so there's really no good direction to castle. He's kind of put himself in a pickle. At least that's what it looks to me. I wouldn't want to play black here. Oh, I was very scared of that move. Not supporting you unless you win. Well, I appreciate the honesty. Man, it's so close to there being a Greek gift. It's like not even funny. I don't think there is one yet, but it's really, really close. It's really close. Honestly, I could trade into an endgame and be fine, but I just have a feeling that there's more. Okay, song request here. You can song request for a song for me to listen to, but I only play music that I asked the artist if I could use. So you can't do like general song requests. For that reason. Okay, give me a second. I might have that. One moment. I'll have to check. This position's frustrating. I get myself in a lot of frustrating positions. I wonder why that is. I'm going for it. What do I have to lose? Yeah, because you're a frustrated player? Probably. I think it's because you're a masochist. I think you're onto something. I mean, I play like the Dragon, the Catalan, and the Leningrad. I must be something. There must be some term in the dictionary for whatever it is I've got. But I mean, look at this position, guys. Look at this. Like, come on. Come on. Like, come on. Look at this. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something here. I don't know what it is. Like, maybe I can play bishop takes g6, because after takes, I take here and I take the knight, right? I'm like, that's the sort of stuff I'm trying to find. There must be something. Actually, what does he do about this? Hold on a second. Hold on a diddly darn moment here. What do you do? That looks actually very scary. Maybe it's terrible for me. Maybe I'm coping, but like... Okay, this is where I either cook or get cooked. Fellas, let me cook. I don't need that piece anyway. I didn't want that piece anyway. Yeah, that's mean. Why you gotta be so mean to me? This is either genius or stupid. There's like, which that's usually how I play chess. It's either genius or it's stupid. There usually isn't an in-between. Oh, you're making fun of my captions now. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. See, this is so much more fun than playing good chess. This is why I don't play good chess. Because, like, what position in good chess would let you do this? Right? He can't take the knight with queen of a knight g5? Maybe he can. I haven't thought that far ahead. What's your point? It's a great tag. It's a very appropriate tag. I know. I'm well aware of how fitting it is. Don't worry, fellas. I've got the flan. Playing this first. Ah, it doesn't work. It doesn't. Yes. So now I play this? I don't have time to take all the pieces. No, wait, yes I do. No, wait, no I don't. Too many pieces to capture, too little time. Because my thought process is like... Here, I think I've given up too many pieces. I was thinking I'd take here afterwards, but I don't think I have time. Math about your position? Okay, is that good? I think it's appropriate. I think it's fitting. Yeah, I've given up one too many pieces. Well, it's more like 8 too many pieces, but you know. Saying one too many makes it sound more manageable. Which, I mean, I gotta try something, right? I don't particularly want to lose. As much as my chess makes it look like I do. Is this rated game for you? No, I don't play rated against viewers. Just as a general rule, it simplifies things. Why would you play that? Are you allergic to fun? That's what it feels like. Piece of junk. Yeah, he's allergic to fun. Told you I was playing chess, bad chess today. I warned everybody. No one say I didn't warn you, because I did. I warned every last one of you. Hello, pigeons. Would you stop that? I'm trying to win a game of chess here. Not you, pigeons. I'm asking my opponent to stop. He's being very rude, if you ask me. Which naturally you did. I have been warned. I just like it when people lose. So I'm a tax collector. Nice. So is that a mate in one threat? That's a mate in one threat. Hello, Master. I'm not going to read your entire name out loud, and I think you understand why. No, I wouldn't, because I have e4. Noe Gallinet. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. No problem. How are you, though? In general, I'm pretty good. I'm tired, which I think is why I'm playing bad chess. So there's probably a correlation there. So I should probably stop playing chess, but I'm not going to. Or rather, I am going to, but I'm going to after, you know, a few more games. Hello, Radwan. Why is everyone coming in now? Let's go milks. Is that like the plural of milk? Oh, the first guy not to get baited? Really? People fall for that still? I mean, I'm sure I would if it was one that, like, hasn't been done before, or I haven't seen before, right? Because it's a really common thing on Twitch. Is it not? Queen 65 is less common, but scores better than Knight 65. I hate it from a principles perspective. Maybe it's okay, but I really don't agree with it. Which, up until this point, everything was fine. I just shouldn't have played G6. I should have just played a good move and, like, taken. Which I knew I should have taken. I really knew. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one too, and I'm actually going to deny it, just because. I am also familiar with that one. This is true. The knight takes, and it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I consider it like a rite of passage on Twitch. You know, you gotta try, right? It's like offensive to not try. Cool that you have subtitles? Thank you. They are not perfect, but they do a pretty good job considering they run locally on my machine. This isn't like a cloud thing. I'm not sending my voice to Google constantly. I'm sending it to Amazon because of Twitch, but the subtitles themselves. I'm pretty happy about it. I don't have exclam leave yet because it slows down the queue whenever I implement it because I haven't figured out a efficient way of implementing it. Yeah, and I'm just dead. Yeah. So I was fine until I went for my goofy, silly stuff. Which you right and proper dismantled. No fun. It's the fun police. I think it's part of the reason I like streaming so much is because it's in that weird cross-section where I both like the social aspect of it and I like the technical aspect of it, where I just like fiddling with things. You know, I'm a tinkerer, so it gives me something to tinker with. It also, the captions also remind me to slow down, because I tend to talk a little fast and slur my words together, which, while it's fine for most native English speakers I know, sometimes people who aren't native English speakers get confused because I slur my words together something fierce. I hate the technical aspect, love the social aspect though. I respect it. No, I have like a 2.5 PC setup going on right now. It's so sick. Because I have a PC that's restreaming this to Twitch and YouTube. I could also add like Kick, but I haven't yet because I'm lazy. And I have the one box streaming the chess scream video to the other box. I got like a ton of stuff going on. I love it. Many boxes. It's great. Because I had my old machine, right? Because I, like a year, not less than a year ago, 8 months or so ago, I upgraded my PC, and so I kept the old one, and I used the old one to encode my streams. Because the old one actually has a GPU that has a better encoder than my new machine. Because, well, because I'm a masochist. And so the first GPU I bought was obviously one that's going to be impossible to get to work, but has a really good encoder. Because, like, naturally, why would I do something that makes sense? And so I still have that GPU, which does a pretty good job in coding. Yeah, I missed the mate threats. Another t-shirt. Make you look like you deliver pizza? Thank you. Specifically for Pizza Planet, because I like Pixar, but specifically old Pixar, because Disney killed them. So sad. They should make murder illegal. Okay, who's next in queue? It's big. Okay, what's your chess.com name? Hey, Maul, what's up? Can the challenge please be unrated? I try to play unrated against viewers. It simplifies things. You still 2104? Yes. Nobody tell him. Nobody say anything. It's fine.
Okay, I gotta tell you my dream from last night before I forget it. So this is the basic. It was very long and intense, but you were performing.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Typical Catalonca. French.
I guess like an hour before your set, no one knew where you were.
Last I check, I just ignore you. Is it 92 or is it Queen C2 here? I feel like it might be Queen C2. I think it's Queen C2. Thank you, 64 billion. I'm sorry, I call you Bill. Thank you, Bill.
So you were undercover as one of the bartenders, but
It's actually 6.4 billion. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
wearing a hoodie so you couldn't see your face.
You right, Bill. Please don't nerd emoji me. I didn't. That one wasn't too much of a nerd emoji. Plus, if like I endorsed hitting people with a nerd emoji, then I would not be able to leave the house. You should start playing chess? Nah, sounds fake.
Bartenders. And then you were serving these awesome drinks on bubble wrap coasters, dude. I'm gonna start doing
If
that.
nerd emojiing was a thing, then I would not be able to leave the house.
Like, man,
It would be a problem.
and then you revealed your face, and it was like, oh, and then you walked off stage and you killed it. So that was my dream. I just wanted to share with you, and I hope you have a great day. Peace out, dog.
That's not a nerd emoji, that's just a smiling emoji. Interesting. I mean, Occam's razor, right? This is a very simple solution. The subtitles are genius. Some streamers' accents are so hard to hear for non-native speakers like me. Yeah. Again, I love the technical part. So I saw the open source app that runs locally to generate subtitles live, and I was like, oh, now I want to use it. Forget the actual being helpful and like good for people who aren't native English speakers. That's boring. The real reason is because it's a cool technical shiny. And I mean, they aren't perfectly 100% accurate. They especially struggle with names, I've found. But honestly, they're pretty impressive. They do a pretty darn good job. Wait, say my real name? Okay, Bill. I've been saying Bill this entire time. Isaiah? Hey, it did it. But it's like weird names. How can I be good in chess? I'm 600. I don't make blunder, but I can only see 2 or 3 moves ahead, not more than that. How can I improve? Any tips? Okay, so the first thing is that seeing a bunch of moves ahead, a little overrated. I think it was the World Championship match between Lasker and Capablanca. I might be wrong. I know it was Capablanca and someone else. I don't remember who the other person was. I don't think it was Lasker. Anyway, Capablanca, a former world chess champion, was playing one of the world championship matches, and he had just won a game, right? And so the reporter started asking him a bunch of questions like, oh, how'd you do that? You know, all the typical stuff. And one of the questions they asked was, how many moves can you see in advance? And first, they actually asked his opponent. And the opponent came up with some random number. He said like 10 or something. It wasn't like any serious number. It was just like, I could see 10 moves in advance. And so then they asked Capablanca afterwards. And you know what Capablanca said? See, you can't do Capablanca at all. Capablanca said 1, but it's the best move. And so sometimes, you know, I would say oftentimes, why did I play that? That was a dumb move. So I can't see the best move ahead, evidently, but the point is, a lot of the times, a good amount of the time, it's not necessarily about pure how many moves ahead you can see, but seeing the right moves. You know? Now, calculation ability will always be helpful. You say that, but the whole point of Capablanca is that he was like a really intuition-based player. Like, he wouldn't be able to tell you variations. All the interviews, he would party the night before. He just kind of like went by vibes. That's why it was so, that's why, what's one of the reasons he was such a popular player is because everyone was like, oh, all these things, you know? He just kind of feels it. Now, in reality, you know, intuition is developed over a very long period of time and takes as much skill to develop as, you know, traditional methods of thinking. But the point is that, what was the point? Ah, yeah. No, the point is that pure calculation ability is not the most important thing. I'm not even sure if it makes top 10. That's not true. It does make top 10. But, play some tricky opening? Well, yeah, but no. So what I would say is at 600, your priority should be probably improving your pieces. Also, just like the little things you can do to improve, you know? Watching Grandmaster games, if you can do that, that's a pretty good thing for your chess. I think you see. It is quite warm, actually. It's because I've been running my PC analyzing stockfish positions for so long. Guys, I'm so funny and clever. Why not A6? That was your best chance? Because A6 would be actually a good move, and I don't believe in playing good moves. Ignore Bill, okay? He's just, you know, bless his heart. There's my, you know, North Carolina coming out for a bit. Bless his heart. bullying me. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Unfair even. That's a trick question. There is no difference. Okay, fellas, I got a plan. I don't remember what my plan is. I watch GM games, and I also watch Gotham. Know how to think like a GM. Why would you watch Gotham if you want to know how to think like a GM? What? Okay, sorry. It's late. It's that part of stream. And analyze, and I currently know some openings, but I only play with 2 openings in white. I play London, and black I play Caro-Kann. I think, in my opinion... no, in my opinion, openings are not the most important thing for players 600. You know? They're useful, but they're not the most important thing. You can't blame a guy for trying. I mean, I get mated otherwise. So, again, like I said, if it were up to me, I would say that you're... Oh! Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! No, it's not rated. Oh my gosh. Nah, it's intentional. Absolute 100% intended. Like, no doubt in my mind. No doubt in anyone's mind. GG. I would still make people in bullet. Well, it's bullet. Bullet's different. Hey, I mean, look at this position. This position's clearly a draw, right? Like, what are you even supposed to do? You know, like, black has a slight material advantage, but look at my king placement. It's beautiful. Okay, I'm looking at myself. I'm playing the Caro-Kann easy. Yeah, but I don't think you should spend your time studying openings, is what I mean. Or focusing on openings. Because openings, they're useful, but... The problem with studying openings as a 600 is often... You'll get into a position where you don't know why you're playing the moves that you're playing. Oh, that is a nice move. Exactly. You see what I mean, Bill? Slight advantage, but... So, like, knowing your moves in the Caro-Kann is fine and all, but, like, okay, why are you playing C6? Specifically, why this move? Right? What's the point? Why are you not playing E6? What is the advantage of C6 over E6, right? What's the point? Because you're going to play C6, but later on you're going to play C5, right? So why C6? And there is a good answer, of course, because the Caro-Kann's a legitimate opening. But my point is, knowing an opening is useful when you can understand how the opening works. Because then when someone plays a move that's not in your theory, you can know why it's a problem. Like, oh, that move can't be good because this, and this idea is important, right? Having that strong foundation of like, okay, I know what my plan is, I know where my pieces want to go, and that's why I play this opening, is important. And then also being able to be flexible, because if your opponent plays something silly, then you have to be able to, you know, change your plan. Focus is to capture the center? Okay, then why not play e5 instantly? Or why not play e6 to play d5? Why are we specifically playing c6? Because like every opening other than the hyper-modern openings, his goal is to capture the center immediately. Unless you're playing like Pirtz, Alekhine, King's Indian, Owen's Defense to some degree. Most openings' goal is to capture the center immediately because the center is the most important part of the board, right? That makes sense. C6 makes you look cool? Ah, valid. Never mind. My question is answered. So, let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was an opening called the French. And people with the black pieces, when they played the French, they liked everything about it. Everything about it was wonderful. They liked how dynamic it was. They liked how much counterplay they got. Thank you, Bandis. How much counterplay you got via c5 and f6. They liked the way both sides had to maneuver very carefully and intentionally. They liked everything about it except this light squared bishop. Everything... Yeah. I don't know who's in Q, but yeah. Everything in this position was wonderful and beautiful for black, except for this bishop. This bishop was this cloud, was the rain on the parade. This bishop is terrible. Making it actually do anything and participate in the game is nearly impossible. And so people who played the French were like sick of it. Some players were okay with it because they're like, okay, you can spend a few moves, you can get it out. But some players were sick of it. They were like, we don't want to have to deal with this French bishop. It's terrible. It's horrible. It makes me sick to my stomach. And so, these people decide to think... Shh, pandas, I'm making a point. So these people decide to think, okay, I still want to get the same similar positions where I play d5 and they play e5. I like those positions. I like playing this delayed d5 move. But I want to be able to get my bishop out. Right? And so they thought, okay, what about c6? Because now, it's different. Now, I can get my bishop out to f5. And then play e6. And get my bishop outside of this pawn cage. On the other side of this wall. Right? And so now, if everything happens the same as a French, the only difference is this bishop is now outside the pawn structure instead of inside of it. And you've just completely fixed the biggest problem in the French. Now, if you ask a French player, they'll tell you that the problem here is you're wasting time. Because in the Caro-Kann, this happens. This is true. But when you play c5, you play c6 and then c5 in 2 moves. Versus in the French, when you play, in the French, when you play c5, you play it in 1 move. You don't waste time going c6. So, the argument of the Caro-Kann is basically, oh, I'm going to get my bishop outside the pawn chain. I'm going to play c5. And that 1 tempo that I spent, that 1 move that I spent getting my bishop out in the opening, totally worth it. I'm just going to have a better French. A French where all of my problems are solved. Which would just be fantastic. Yeah, but the question is why? It's because the Caro wastes a move to get a better positional position, while the French does not waste a move, but gets a worse piece. So the French has to play more dynamically because its main advantage is not being down tempo, right? Neither opening is like easy to play. But my point is, so understanding that the whole point of the Caro-Kann is to get this bishop out before playing e6 makes things make a lot more sense. So what we're doing when we're playing c6 is we're trying to get a French where we fixed all the problems. That's the goal. The goal is to get the same setup as the French, but we fixed everything. This goes here. You push c5, knight goes behind it. Sometimes this knight goes in an f5, very often does. This bishop supports the pawn, goes to e7, you castle kingside. Sometimes you play f6 if they really support their center. And you poke, 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 poke. And you've just got an incredibly solid position where all of your pieces are active and have very clear plans. It's a bit of a slow opening, because again, we're wasting a tempo, but you get very nice piece play. Your pieces are more easily placed on good squares than in the French. Right? That's kind of what I mean. I get it, that helped me a lot. No problem. Again, I'm not a Caro-Kann player. My little brother is. I hate these positions. What do you play against e4's black? I'm a Sicilian player. You miss me with this boring nonsense. I want to win or lose. I don't want to draw. How good is your little brother? He just passed 2100 recently, actually. 21 rapid. Very happy for him. He's gotten pretty good. Um, 14, turning 15 soon. He's pretty darn good. That's the dream, right? He's one of the better players in his age category in the country. His chess.com elo is 2100 rapid. He just broke through recently. Around 15 by 600. Well, he has an advantage that he has me for an older brother, right? So, at what age? 14 going on 15. So he's not like a savant, you know? Not like a, ooh, next world champion sort of thing, but, you know, it's not bad. His endgames need work though, man. Tactically, he keeps up with me real well. Positionally, he's getting better. He used to be much worse than I am, but nowadays he keeps up. But his endgames are still terrible. I'm telling you, you could easily gain 100, 200 elo just by getting better endgames. It's bad. Whenever I play against him, I always go for the driest, most boring opening. I get to an endgame as soon as physically possible, and then I grind him. Does he beat you? Occasionally, but I beat him more often because I just slowly bore him to death in an endgame. That's the strat, bore kids to death. He's fine. No, the problem isn't that he gets bored. The problem is he just doesn't know the endgame stuff yet. He hasn't studied endgames as much as I have. Which he's going to start, I'm sure. He's just started studying more positional chess recently, and I'm going over endgames with him. So we're shoring that up, that side of his play. But it's not an inability to sit still. You know? It's just he hasn't studied that specifically yet. I'm working on it. But no, it's good. We're making progress. If he wants it, he could most definitely get a title at some point. When? That depends, but... Anyway, but the reason... Caro-Kann. Going for FM? Nice. It's a good plan. Anyway, but... yeah, my point here with this whole Caro-Kann exercise is... when you play an opening, it's good to know what you're trying to do in that opening, because then you can make a more complete plan, and if something goes different than what you're planning, then you know what to change. Right, if your opponent plays, I don't know, like the two knights or something, then you know, okay, I don't want to play e6, I'm playing bishop f5 first. You know? Or knight f6. I think knight f6 is considered better. Yeah, knight f6 is the theory, because bishop f5 allows knight g3, h4. Sorry, forgot my Caro-Kann theory. No, you're supposed to play knight f6 first, but the point's the same. You play bishop f5 after. You just pretty much never play e6 before you move the bishop out. That's kind of the point I'm making. Right? And so if you're just studying openings as a... Everyone has like 30 prep moves here. Which one? The knight f6 or the bishop f5? It's not fun? For which color? Knight f6? Yeah, but my point is the bishop f4 line, I'm pretty sure is considered inaccurate because I think I have h4 here, don't I? And this is like not a good line. Yes, but it's less studied. So it's still better in human turns? I'm not sure if I agree. You're saying the knight f6 line people have a lot of theory? Yeah, but the lines tend to be pretty dry here, don't they? If they take it super dry, and what else do you have? You have army. No, white goes long. Oh. Yes, you're saying. Are you ever going for a title blob? I might. It depends on how college goes and what my plan is moving forward from that. But can't black also go long if white goes long? No, that doesn't look quite safe. I don't know, maybe. Oh, I'm still at like 1700 FIDE, but now, given I gain 50 elo every time I play, it's just I can't find enough tournaments to play at. Yeah, it's complicated. Well, that's not the point. We're not... The point for me wasn't to go into 30 moves of theory. My point was to demonstrate that that as a 600 rated player, you should be trying to learn why your opening is the way that it is, not what the opening is. I really doubt that a 600 is going to be dealing with 60 moves of theory in the what is that, the classical? It's like playing some Sicilian English attack line where everyone knows everything, or an Adams attack. Well, yeah, but if you specialize in it, if you play a Caro-Kann seriously, then at some point you do need to specialize in those lines, right? If you want the Caro-Kann to be your opening, then you just, at some point, you gotta... again, or you can just play, like, the Bishop G4 stuff, but either way, that's not the point. Yeah, my point isn't to learn openings. You can learn openings, but you can learn openings as in, like, why are my pieces moving? Where do my pieces want to go? Because the part of the problem of being 600 elo is you don't have a super good sense of where your pieces want to be yet. So it's really hard to make plans. For someone like myself or my little brother or a few other kids at the club, it's like, okay, I know vaguely what pieces want and don't want, and so I can make a plan on where to put them, right? But when you're just starting out, you don't really have that sense yet. You don't really have that, ooh, that piece is terrible, right? Down for a game? Is there anyone to queue? Pigeons is here. Is Pigeons here? No, I don't think Pigeons is here. He left. Moal is here, though. So I'm just saying that looking at the way Grandmasters play your opening and seeing where the pieces go is not the worst way to kind of start developing your positional sense. You know? I'm talking about it from a positional perspective, not from an openings perspective. I'm not talking about memorizing moves. I'm saying about where the pieces go. That's my point. Okay, but let me be black? Sure. The opening theory comes way later. You can get, like, ridiculously high up the rating ladder without opening theory. You don't need it for a long time. But where the pieces go, that's important. Okay. So that's what I mean when I say learning an opening is a bad idea. It depends on what you mean. Studying GM games is the best way to learn. That's why Gotham recaps are so good for every type of player. True. Like, I'm not against someone looking at Grandmaster games of a specific opening that they want to play, because then you're going to know where your pieces go better than your opponent is at your same elo bracket, right? Because you'll be more comfortable with the resulting positions. Not because you know the theory, but just because you, like, kind of get a feel for how the position flows. I think Danya's speedruns are better than Gotham's, but they're a little, what's what I'm looking for? They're a little harder to start, like, get into. They're not as, not lowest common denominator, that sounds bad. They're not as easy. I don't play Blitz very often, though. I want to get my rating back up. I've recently gained like 200, 300 bullet because I'm trying to get my other elos higher as well, because I think it'll help my rapid. I know you've been saying that for a long time, Pandas. So I'm doing it. Slowly, but I'm doing it. I've gained like 300 bullet elo in the last week. I'm so proud. Exactly. That looks wrong. Is that a line? Doesn't look like a line. Will do. I'm just starting slow, right? Still not very good at it, but you know, I went from 1200 to 1500. It's not that terrible. Okay, give me a second. I know this isn't how you're supposed to play against Lasitsin, but I'm not 100% as to why. I think this is why. No, this is not. This is decidedly not what you're supposed to play here. And I'm pretty sure this is why. It does not look good. I never understood why people see better with Thunderstorm. I guess it's a little common, but like... people still do that. Again, things have changed in chess, but I'm not sure that specifically is one of them. Attacking pieces that are attacking the center versus attacking the center directly is always a very good idea to consider. Maybe it's not the best move, but it's a good thing to keep in mind, because it very often is a good move. I love a good Thunderstorm bedtime. Just like the noises, you know? Yeah, no, I absolutely know. I know a ton of people who are the same way. Yeah, I know. Pandas. Notorious bullet bad. This looks a bit boring. It is. The Lasitsin, if white doesn't know their stuff, or black does, the Lasitsin gets boring pretty quick. But I had a feeling you had something cooking, which is why I decided to be a coward. A lot of my pieces lacks natural squares to develop to. See, I was trying to justify castling long, but the problem is if I try to castle long here, I feel like I get attacked before he gets attacked, you know? feels wrong.
It's mind-blowing how quickly everything can change.
Do you want to try Stonewall? And that's exactly why I played the Lasitsin.
A second after you're being
I don't want to. I don't feel like dealing with a Stonewall right now. With the quality of my chest today,
disappears
no.
in the blink of an eye. Your entire perception of
Normally,
reality is
I'm all for playing a Stonewall. I have a wacky repertoire, so I transpose into the Colorado from the Lasitsin. Somehow it just works out that way.
rock you've been pushing up the hill has rolled all the way back down to the bottom.
So many ads. Maybe you should subscribe. No, kidding. I can't control them. If I could, I would turn them off. I hate them. Well, for me, it shows a purple heart. The rat, yes, of course. Naturally. We only play good openings in this Twitch chat. Yeah, I did something wrong. Well, then fix it. I don't know why this is so hard for some people. When I think of good opening, the first word that comes to my mind is rat. I don't know how to fix. Skill issue. Skill issue. Rat opening is base. People think that they're doing something. They're making you lose casting rights. They're just left with the worst structure. I forget what the rat is, so I don't actually know what y'all are talking about, but it's very funny out of context.
Nobody can prepare you for it. It just comes. And then you're left there to pick up
What?
the pieces. You're left
Is
there
that
to
good?
figure out what comes next.
Doesn't look the
Then,
part.
with a deep breath, you slowly start pushing the rock back up the hill.
Attack? I mean, sure. Looks a little barbaric. But I mean, don't let me encroach on your vibe.
Didn't think I could get out. Now I just walk on through. The ghosts are all around. Here and I can't be moved. I never look back. They start creeping in, but I'm leaving them in the past. Don't tell me.
You know, last time there was mate over the board in a world championship game? I actually don't. I'd expect it to be quite a long time ago. I mean, I want you to play an unsound attack, but that doesn't mean I think you should. Like, I'm totally okay with you playing a fundamentally unsound attack. That is great, wonderful. Keep at it. I just disagree with the choice personally. One of knight d5 works. I was trying to think about it. I was really calculating that move. I couldn't justify it. I felt like I was 2 tempi short. You too, Rexplore. Because the knight can never move, so you just pile the d-file. Yeah, I was trying to justify, but I don't think it works. Because I think he can get the queen out with threat of mate and force, like, a trade. That was my thought process. Again, maybe it worked. I just didn't see it. I did see that move, and I tried to calculate it twice, but I couldn't find anything. Maybe I was wrong. I've been wrong before. Goodness knows I'll be wrong again, but I didn't see anything. It's made on e8. Trust that? Isn't that a blunder? Maybe. What's your point? There was something I saw. Queen d6. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. fine. All fine. All fine and intended. I know, I played Queen E5. I saw it. The position is still uncomfortable for me after that, but... I think I'm holding on. Funny line, exactly. What's your elo? It shows on screen 2104. Also, I have an elo command that works. Watch this. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Boom. Yeah, so I think it works. Yeah. Exclaim elo in someone's. I don't think there can be a space. Yeah, I have the command on a 1-second cooldown to prevent it overloading the API. Because I feel like, as a chess.com partner, I shouldn't... Yep, that's my elo. It's not like it responded to you and specifically said that yours didn't go through because it was on cooldown. And Varmus did go through because he asked for Hikaru's elo. Definitely not that. For sure not that. That's not what happened. Oh, this looks interesting. Your face looks interesting. Get rested. There you go. Subtle roast? I know. I know. It's like, you know, when you're grilling a steak, you don't want it to be all the way well done, right? Because then it just doesn't taste good. It lacks flavor. Yeah. That was one of the big suggestions for my stream, was to make the elo command more universal. At first, I had no idea how I would even begin to do that, but I was like, it can't be that hard. And actually, for once, I was right. Usually, when I say to myself, it can't be that hard, it ends up being that hard. Also, wait, isn't this just losing? You didn't calculate anything. You're not lying. You did not calculate at all. I mean, I guess it's not losing because it's a pawn in a rook endgame, but still. I'm hardly complaining. I like my steak medium rare. See, here's what happened. My mom likes her steak still mooing, and my dad likes his steak well done. And so I don't like steak. There you go. Tried to unblur heavily blurred text from a site that was trying to scam me for that info for money and thought, that unblurring can't be that hard. But he spent 4 hours trying to unblur this one line of text and then gave up. Oh no. No. Listen. So I wanted to figure out what chess 960 position had the, like, not worst, but like most extreme evaluation for one side, like the most in favor of one side chess 960 position, right? I was like, oh, it can't be that hard. I found a chess.com article from 2020 that looked into it and had data, right? And so I was like, oh, this is perfect. But it's from 2020. So it was Stockfish 9, and they only went to a depth of 42. Not 40, 42, of 40. So Stockfish 9 depth of 40, I'm like, that's like out of date. It's not that deep. Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna do it. Right? So far, I have had my computer running 15 hours straight, and I am not quite a third of the way through. I'm trying to do Stockfish 16 at depth of 42. All of the positions. It's really stupid. That's what it is. Maybe. I was calculating this, which also wins. I was trying to win a rook. Which just looks like it almost wins a rook. It looks really hard to play this. Party! You know what? True. Factual statement. Thanks so much for the raid, Chess. Okay, that means that. What? Boom, shout out button. I'm so glad I implemented that. I forgot I implemented it. So I was raided like 3 times in one stream, and I was frantically like typing in exclaim shout out and all that. But I completely forgot I have a button to do it automatically. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? How are you? I'm actually quite good. Playing terrible chess. Chess has been like awful, but the people have been good and the vibes have been good, and yeah, so worth it. Yeah, bills all over the place. It was good. Play some Hyper Bullet. Goodness. I've been trying to increase my bullet elo because it's one of the weak points in my chest, and I gained like 300, so now I'm 1500. I'm not quite 2100 because I lost a bunch of elo earlier on stream, but so I'm 2100 rapid, and I have a bullet elo of 1500. I gained 300 this week, so I used to be 1200. It's a complete disaster. You've seen me nowhere else, Mr. Blob. You think I've seen you nowhere else. You forget that the internet went from 2240 to 2040 in a week. Based. Because takes one night was inaccurate. I should have taken one pawn. And you can't play knight takes because funny. I mean, after knight takes, I can probably also play like queen, like bishop d3 or something and go here, right? That looks good. And rapid. Oh. Oh. I'm pretty sure what I recommended against Lisitsin was knight f6, d3, and then you ignore it. You definitely don't take... Did I recommend knight f3? It's knight g5. Knight g5, knight f6, d3. I don't think it was e5. Stage 6 here? I think it was h6. Well, there's a few lines. Knight c6 is fine. H6 is fine. I'm pretty sure h6 is what I play. I might. I mean, we'll see. I want to at least just start a little bit, you know, try. Have you seen me, Mr. Bob? I'm curious now. I don't remember which stream it was, but I've seen you in one other chess stream. I don't remember which one it was. But I've seen you in 2 small chess streams, me and someone else's. And so for me, that's totally enough data to make a broad assumption on. Yeah, no, knight c6 on move 2 is fine. You just have to know your theory more. h6 is a little bit more brain dead. Okay, so evidently I can take here. And then obviously I'm threatening mate. Interesting. Oh, that's barbaric. I miss this. Okay, Mr. Data Scientist. Ew. Hey, I'm like a third through. It only needs another like 35 hours of cooking. Okay? And so as soon as stream's over, I'm going to turn it back on. And I'm going to go to bed. And then tomorrow, it'll be another third of the way through. And little by little, yeah, cookies what your PC's going to do? Shh. I paid for the whole PC. I'm going to use the whole PC. I didn't pay for half of my CPU. I didn't pay for 4 of the cores or 4 of the threads. Here are the results. Later, I'm interested now. Oh, I plan to. If I can focus long enough, I intend to make a YouTube video. Because no one else has. And I find that tragic. There's no good information on the topic out there. It's insane. I'll download more RAM help. So first off, you tell me your IP address, your credit card number, the expiration date, and those 3 digits on the back. Wait, is Kate here? No, Kate's not here. Okay, we skip. It's Panda's turn. Wait, wait, how is Kate just skipped? Typical Kate. Okay, Pandas, it's your turn. Kate's long gone. Oh, friend requests. Who wants to be my friend? Really need to tell you a stupid line? Yes. It's one of the critical stupid lines. You have to know it if you're going to play. Honestly, if you're a Stonewall player, I don't even know why you're playing F4 move 1. F5 move 1. You should be totally playing the variation where you go like, what is it? E6 move 1 or something like that. I think it was E6. There's a way you can just transpose into it that avoids all the problems. Because of E5? Oh. Knight F3, E65. What do you play against E4 normally? What's your repertoire against E4? Transposed. Just the Caro? You can't play C6 then. Okay, I see your problem. I see your problem. Mine? No, not yours. I was talking to Maul. Forget which line this is. This is... I don't remember which line this is. I guess I'll just play normal chess moves. I don't know my theory, but... so we're transposing into a, Sveshnikov. Is it a good Sveshnikov or a bad Sveshnikov? A bad Sveshnikov, because I'm not allowed to go knight b5. So this is a move order trick to get into a good Sveshnikov. I see. So in this position, avoiding Sveshnikov is critical. Okay, that's good to know for next time. I mean, technically I don't have to transpose, but I think every other option is slightly worse than transposing. I might have knight f5, but knight f5 is such a specific move. Like, it's good in very specific situations. I'm gonna try it because, you know, life's too short to play good moves. But this is still theory. Black's okay. Oh, I'm sure he is. Again, I'm pretty sure I played this wrong. Bishop c4 doesn't look right. If you can get this, because this is just a Sveshnikov, but you've avoided knight b5, which is the primary line. So it's just a Sveshnikov, but better for black. Am I right? But you've allowed bishop c4. But bishop c4 you already allowed in Sveshnikov. No, really not. Maybe it's fine, because also in the Sveshnikov you don't typically get bishop c4. Black doesn't allow bishop c4 because you play really early b5, right? So I guess it's not just a better Sveshnikov, it's just different. Weird. Either way, it doesn't look half bad. I'm gonna just castle. Might be wrong, but... Okay. How do I want to go about this? There's a few different moves I'm considering. You know what? I could go bishop takes f6. Bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, queen takes. Is that good for me or him? Probably me. Yeah, because I get knight d5 and f6. That doesn't look good at all. Okay, yeah. So bishop takes, he has to play bishop takes first. And then I can go bishop d5, rook c8, knight e4. Looks interesting. Don't know if it looks good per se, but it looks interesting. Actually, I could just play queen f3 there. Yeah, I'm going to go for this. Well, what's your main goal in chess right now? To get my chess club up and running in the improved state I'm trying to get it to. This might be incorrect, but it looks interesting. And then c3 was my intention, in order to prevent the knight from jumping into any of these good squares, and also to blunt the rook a little. I volunteer at a chess club is the way I would put it. I am the head coach. And recently we've had a lot of interest from younger players because chess has started to be implemented as like a regular part of schools here. So there's a lot of younger players who now are like, oh, I want to beat my friends, right? That's really good. However, it means that we're in a new situation because we've never had this many youngins before. And so it's kind of a suffering from success moment. That looks suspicious. I wish chess was part of my school more. Yeah. And see, this is when the f5 pawn kind of shows its strength, right? Is that playable? f6 looked really annoying here. Maybe it's okay, but I did not want to play this as black. Again, maybe it's fine, but I just... the vibes. Is Macedonian the next Armenia? Did you know Armenian chess is mandatory school subject from the age of 6? They are starting that... I don't know if it's mandatory here, but they started it as like a school subject not that long ago. Again, I don't remember whether or not it's mandatory. But I mean, we'll see, right? There's a lot of like leftover chess culture here from Yugoslavia, right? Because Yugoslavia had a huge chess culture. So we kind of inherited some of that. I was thinking takes, bishop takes, knight g5. Is there anything wrong with that? That I can see. And so, especially older people, but people here in general, kind of understand chess as a sport, you know? They like, even if they don't play it, they're like, oh yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing people do, you know? Okay, come on. There's got to be a way to win this. Do I have, like, F4? Maybe just knight knight G3. Knight G3 looks really annoying. What do you do with knight G3? Do you have queen F6? Oh, then I check and I take your bishop. How do you deal with knight G3? Oh, queen G5. No, queen G5 doesn't work either. No, wait. Queen G5 does work. Oh, that's annoying. Give me a second. I don't trust this position at all for black. Maybe I'm, like, hallucinating, but, like, just G4, G5. It's barbaric. It might be stupid, but, like, what do you do? G4. Maybe you have knight D2? No, but then I play G5 anyway, and I just don't care. Okay, I'm playing this because I want to see what you do. I'm morbidly curious. This is a move of morbid curiosity. G4 is such a stupid looking move, but it might be good. I am quite happy with my position here. Maybe I've gotten something wrong, it's entirely possible. But like, in any case, I can always just play King H1, right? And you don't have a light squared bishop, and my light squared bishop does a pretty good job keeping watch over this diagonal. So, my king is safer than it looks. Again, because Queen G5, I thought he just played King H8, and I didn't see a follow-up. This is an idea in some hillbilly attacks. Real Unga Bunga chess for an Unga Bunga opening. Well, yeah, but a hillbilly is an early F4, right? Hey, Blonde, ever checked your Rosa score? I have once, a few months ago. Someone else on stream recommended it. I had a lot of them, actually. More than I expected. Oh, let me close the queue and announce that the queue's closed. Because it's getting late. Yeah, okay, I considered that, but why can't I just play H4? It's like even more barbaric, I know, but... Okay, hold on a second. H4, knight D2, G5, F takes, G5, H takes G5, knight F3 check. Is he holding on there? One moment. Gotcha. H4, knight D2, G5, F takes G5. Well, F takes G5, I could play knight takes. Actually. No, F takes G5, I can just take his knight on D2, what am I saying? I mean, this still looks terrible for you. Maybe I'm missing something, but... I was under the impression that this is also really, really bad. Because I'm like, I guess it's harder than it looks, but... I don't know. It's basically just a Twitter argument of whose king is weaker. Really? You can do that? It's a very interesting position. I might just have bishop e6, which is another stupid looking move, but just basically calling the bluff and saying, okay, go down in exchange. I think it works. Again, I'm just saying, okay, bet. Oh, I'm stupid. I can just win in exchange and play the endgame. I don't have time. No, I'm overcomplicating things. Just win the exchange, play the endgame, and what does he do? Time is the problem. Also, I'm bad at chess. That doesn't help, but the primary problem is time. It's an odd move. I can't focus on chat right now because I have 30 seconds on the clock. Once I either win, lose, or draw, I will get back to chat. Which this is most likely a draw, but I don't know actually. It's not that simple. I don't know. Not as easy as it looks. For either color, I suppose, but specifically for our good friend Pandas, it looks fairly terrible. 23 seconds makes this rough, but otherwise we're chilling. Okay. We can play calm. Got him. I got him. Hello, pro. GG's. What a crazy game. Always believed in you? Uh-huh, sure you did. What a crazy game. Yeah, it's an endgame now, pro. An endgame is more difficult? No, the only reason I was saying that I had to focus is because I had 30 seconds on the clock. And so if I was looking at chat, I would waste too much time and I would lose on the clock. My opponent had like 3 minutes and I had 30 seconds. Let me show you. At the end, I had 16 seconds left, so I couldn't focus because of the time. Oh, so I was never worse. Wow. Okay, so this is all good. Now, evidently, I'm not even sure what I should have played here. Oh, Queen D5? No, Queen D5's fine as well, but it's not best. What does it want? Oh, okay, the computer's being a barbarian. It wants me to just sack and then take the knight. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I like this line all of a sudden. Yeah, just takes and... Yeah, now Queen G4. What was the point of Bishop G5? Like, I don't understand Bishop G5 in this position. I was thinking you're going to play like Knight E7 or something. No, Knight E7 doesn't even look good. I don't even know what were you going to play here? No, I was calculating B4. Which I don't know if B4 is a good move or not, but that's what I was calculating. So it's like, okay, if he plays B4, then maybe I play. How can you find the best move? It's really difficult, and most of the time I don't play computer chess. I don't play that chess like a computer. But I look for moves that work together with what my position is asking for. So in this position, the reason I thought to take the knight is because these central pawns are in dark squares. And so we're fighting for the light squares in front of them and around them. At least I am. And so this dark squared bishop can't help that fight very much, because it's a dark squared bishop. But this knight can, because it's a knight. So if I trade a dark squared bishop for a knight, then suddenly I have 2 pieces which can be part of this central light square battle, and he only has 1. Now, evidently, I had a win automatically here, but I didn't see it. I just played Bishop D5, and I have a small but very noticeable advantage because of those light squares. So now, I put piece 1, piece 2 on these light squares, and they just sit there, and he can't do anything about them. And it's very difficult to play as black in this position for that reason. That's one of the primary ideas of these sorts of openings. Yeah, I'm going to end pretty darn soon. There's one more person in line. I might check Rose and chess before I end, though. Now, evidently, I should have played Queen G4 first, but I played C3 to prevent his knight from entering the position. Because I didn't want to allow any of these knight moves. I felt like they were annoying. And also, it blocks his rook, so if he moves his knight somewhere, this rook can't take on C2. So, to me, it just looked like a useful move. It's like a puzzle? Yes. Then he played Bishop G5. And now, Bishop G5... for me was alarm bells. When I saw Bishop G5, I was like, that can't be good. The reason I didn't like Bishop G5 is because on one of his primary weaknesses is this F-pawn. And me being able to push this pawn forward very often causes some problems. And so part of me wanted to push the pawn immediately, but I didn't think that was as good. But if I bring the queen in, he doesn't have a good square for the bishop. And if he just plays Bishop F6, then he's wasted 2 moves. Boom, boom. And now I can bring the rook to in front of his queen. And this is more and more looking very, very good for me. There's some weird tactics in this position, like maybe you just drop back the bishop and take. Maybe you can sometimes take there. Like maybe I can take here immediately. Like let's say black plays something pointless. It's possible I can play knight takes d6 here. Because after queen takes, bishop takes check, and my rook takes his queen. Putting the rook opposite his queen like that causes so many tactics to exist. And so he would have to play something like queen e7, which is another move that doesn't do a whole lot. So now, I've gotten basically 2 moves for free. Not 3 moves. I've gotten 3 moves for free in a position where I have a space advantage around his king. Alarm bells are ringing. And now, rook lift. The rook can come over to the attack. And this is looking... it's just absolutely dead lost for black. you can't give your opponent that much time when they're already in an attacking position, right? I'm already set up for a pretty strong attack, and he gave me 3 tempi minimum. Minimum, he gave me 3 moves. It's probably more, but 3 moves is enough for me. We'd probably just win this game on the spot, which is why even during the game, I was like, huh. And so in the game, he tried to do something else, right? Because he didn't want that to happen. But F6 comes through, and this was the whole point, right? And he doesn't have a good move. Wet boy on a croissant. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm assuming that's what that's supposed to say, yeah? Because, like, if you play G6 to prevent me taking, then just Queen H4 looks completely satisfactory. And this bishop can't go anywhere. If you go this way, then I just play G3 and I push you around. And the bishop is trapped. I like your analysis? Thank you very much. And the bishop's trapped. So, I saw that he traps the bishop. He can't take because he's pinned, and he can't take with queen because I take with knight. I was like, okay, what does he do here? And again, my opponent, being a strong chess player, is trying to find the best response possible. He's trying to do something, right? He doesn't want to sit and play passively. He's trying to do something active, get one of the pieces into the game, you know? Bring the knight here. Maybe the bishop can come in. Maybe the knight can come in and resolve some of the pressure. Because if he goes like here, and trades the knight, then okay, maybe he's not as losing because he can take the pawn with queen now. Right? Keep me on my toes. I played queen h5, and now my threat is what my plan was to take. Now, in hindsight, it might have been better just to push g4 immediately. But, truth be told, I did not see this g4 idea until later. Now, I think Varmy was the one who pointed it out, because he's familiar with different openings than I am. I don't play many open Sicilians where this g4 and the castle's on the king side without either one of these pawns moving as an idea. I don't play those positions super often, so I'm not used to it as much. Varmy said, I think it was Varmy, who was talking about an opening called the Hillbilly attack, where this is a more commonly a plan. So I only saw it later when it was much more obvious. But in this position, I didn't see it yet. And so I just took because I'm like, he can't take with bishop, because when I calculated, he takes bishop, knight g5. And this position already has got some trouble because this pawn is being attacked by 2 things and it's guarded by king and rook. That's scary. And so my point here was if takes, bishop takes, I play knight g5. And now I'm threatening checkmate on h7, and I'm threatening somehow to take on f7, probably with knight. So if you place like h6, I go knight takes f7 probably. That was what else my plan was. I'm attacking the queen, and I've got this check coming. And after rook takes, queen takes, just like king h8 is the only move. And I'm just very cleanly up in exchange, and I've just still got better pieces. And this file is really dangerous. So I knew that he couldn't take with bishop or he lost. And again, another honesty moment. I should have calculated king takes, but I didn't. I was like, king takes can't be good. Now, I was right, but don't do that. Don't be like me. I was like, he can't play king takes. There's no way that move works. And again, I was right, but I shouldn't have done that. Again, I had a better move. G5, G4 immediately here just completely destroyed him. Because the idea is the same as what I played later. I'm just going to play G5 and the bishop's trapped. It's like stupid simple, you know? It's like the bell curve memes where it's like the guy who's like teeth are rotting and he's no hair right now, and then there's like the nerd emoji guy, and then there's the guy in like a cloak and cowl, you know? So it's like the IQ chart thing. It's one of those sorts of things where it's like herder G4 back trap bishop, and then no, I need to play safely and I need to make sure my king is well protected and I need to pay my pieces and make sure everything's developed, and then it's herder G4 trap bishop, you know? And so I overthought it. Just G4, I'm threatening to trap the bishop, and there's just literally nothing he can do. That's why I love these sorts of positions, is because there's nothing at all. It's just dead. It's just over. There's no moves to make. Like, it's legitimately difficult to find a reasonable plan for the black pieces in this position. I legit can't find a move. Maybe knight b6 trying to take my bishop. But first things first, I'm sure I can just play bishop b3. It's not the best move because it lets him play d5, but I'm sure I can just do this and I'm better. Not sure how much better. I'm not as better as I was, but I'm still better. Worst case scenario. But takes, and see, now he can't play king takes. I don't think. G5's fine. The computer's saying I just take and then play rook AD, and I'm threatening G5 next move. And so he doesn't. There's no good moves for black here anymore. He's completely run out of good moves. And so I took first, and after king takes, then played G4, which is a little different. The reason it's different is because now he's given the options like F6, right? Where if we look at the previous position, if we go back, if I play F4 at G4 first, now he can't play F6 because my pawn's in the way. So if he plays some other move and then I take, now it's the same position, but he doesn't have time to play F6. I saved a tempo. And that's pretty important. And now I didn't see that. Stockfish saw it, but what does he do after bishop F4? Okay, so let's go back to the original position. So here, G4, bishop F4. I continue with my plan. I play G5. It doesn't stop me. I'm going to go check, knight F6. And I'm threatening mate, and I'm threatening... Yeah, just threatening mate. Like, what do you do? My check, knight F6. How do you stop me? What's your next move? It's a very simple threat. Yeah. Oh. 400 elo. Ooh, I'll trade my knight and bishop for a rook and pawn. 1600 elo. No, that's bad. GM. Oh, hey, I could trade my knight and bishop for a rook and pawn in this opening. Yeah. Players. Once again, legitimately difficult to find a good move for black. Computer's recommending queen d5, queen d7, but that's saying it's like +5. Queen h6, king h8. The problem is I can't play knight f6 here because he has queen f5, right? So, okay, I have to play a little more nuanced. Here, king g8, and... Oh, I love computers. The computer's just saying, check, take his bishop, and then take his queen. So stupid. And just chill, up a pawn. Not up a pawn, up a piece. Chillax. Then he plays like some rook move. Then you just take. You just take. You're up a piece. Relax. Enjoy yourself. Which is savage. But the point is, there's no good moves for black anymore. So, bishop f4 is a good try. It's a good idea. And actually, my opponent ended up playing in a move later. But it doesn't quite work. So what happened in the game is he played f6 first. And then I played h4, which h4 evidently wasn't the most accurate. I'm not actually sure what... I should have played... Oh, knight g3 is beautiful. Oh, I should have seen this. Knight g3 is so very just... not dealing with any of the shenanigans black is pushing. It's like, okay. Well, another point of this is now I have this beautiful square in f5. Stop me. Ignore the engine. That's a low-depth engine. Fish Technician, thank you so much for the follow. Ignore the engine. The engine's being stupid. Knight g3 is the move. The engine at higher depth will like knight g3 more. Knight g3 is the move. And you just go to f5. And once again, stop me. And see, now if you go bishop f4, knight f5 isn't as strong, but now I have the bishop, now I have bishop e4, and I'm just going to take this. The engine yells at me for forking rooks. Yeah, the engine yells at all of us. Somehow, just the engine doesn't like us. This is beautiful. See, the engine's much more precise than I am with the execution of these attacks. Right? Part of it is I didn't have a lot of time because, you know, it's a rapid game, but also part of it's just I'm not that good. So, h4. h4 still have a huge advantage, though. Just not as big an advantage. It's +2.5, +3, instead of +4 or 5. Which is a big difference, but... Now, g5 evidently wasn't good. What should I have played instead? It wanted bishop e6 first. No, it didn't. Yeah, it's a bishop... yeah, bishop e6 first. And if he tries to hold the rook, then bishop f5. Same problem. Interesting. Okay. So, I played g4, which evidently is not that accurate. Well, he played rook f5, which allowed bishop e6. King h8. What was my plan? I was just going to play knight f6 here, I think. Wow, he can just play rook c7. Sheesh. So knight f6 is actually bad. Okay, g6. What if I play g6? I know, g6 is good, yeah. g6, and now, you know what's so fun? The computer's like, okay, let me just do some quick maths. 1, 2, 3. I need another piece in the game. I need another piece attacking. How can I not get another piece attacking? What's the fastest way to bring another piece into this game? King g2, rook h1. It's so funny. I was actually considering this move. Memes aside, legitimately in the game, I was trying to see if, like in this position, I should play king g2 for rook h1. I was unsure. I didn't, but this was legitimately one of my candidate moves. Because it's just like I need a rook in the game. But yeah, so king h8. One of the moves is legit king g2, one of the best moves. And then rook h1, and I'm going for this. Anyway, interesting stuff. But he went rook f5, which is much worse because it allows bishop e6. And I'm forking his bishops. I'm not bishops, I'm forking his rooks. So the engine didn't yell at me for forking rooks. We're simply not the same. The engine just hated my next move. Oh, queen h3 is pretty. That's a nice move. Calm, collected. I'm going to take one of your rooks. Thank you. Have a nice day. Oh, that's pretty. Why can I never find moves like this? Goodness gracious. And then now king g2. Oh, see, this is what separates computers from schmucks like me. The computer is very, very calm in this position, very slow. It's like, okay, I am simply going to keep improving my pieces. And then just rook h1. You can't stop me. You have no threats. You have no ideas. You have nothing. Nothing. And I'm much more emotional. I'm like, oh, what if he? He's like, nothing. None of it works. Do your worst. You have nothing. It's completely savage. So I played bishop takes f3. I cashed out my advantage too early, right? I was like, ooh, I need to do something fast. Okay, what happens to queen h6, king g8? Yeah, rook f. Bishop c8, rook c8, rook fd. Yeah, this was also an acceptable way. This is just a slightly better. This is a slightly more accurate way of doing what I did. What I did was I wanted to trade into an endgame, right? That was my plan. And so, the computer was saying the best way of trading into an endgame was playing queen h3, king h8, because now you isolate his rook. Not his rook. You isolate his king on the side of the board, and you don't lose any material, and your pieces are better placed. And you get to play rook d1 before he plays d5, right? Now, something that happened in the game for y'all who are here is after takes, queen check, takes, he plays d5. I'm still winning, but it's very annoying. I have to move my knight, and this pawn's still weak, but not as weak as it was. Versus the variation the computer's suggesting, where I take the queen first. It's my move, so I can play rook fd1 before he can play d5. Sheesh. It's just saying, okay, now you don't get to play d5. No fun for you. Which, again, I'm sure is correct. But... okay, wait, this works? This works? Knight f6. Oh, nice. You have king f7. Wow. And then you have full compensation for the exchange because of how bad my knight is. Man, I'm not smart enough for this. I played king h8 though, and I allowed my queen trade. And I played a bad knight move. Should have played this first. That makes perfect sense. Hold on to the pawn. Anyway. Knight f6 being a good move. I'm actually shocked by that. Oh, rook g1. Oh, that's a nice move. Why can't I find moves like this? Goodness gracious. Look at that. It's just saying, okay, take my knight. I'm going to mate you. And if you try to block it, I promote, and then I mate you. Come on. That's nice. That's perfect synergy of pieces right there. Savage. Thanks so much, Tied, for the follow. Moves happens to me, I don't play the move. I didn't see rook g1 either. Oh, that's pretty. And everything's forced mate except rook h4, king g2, and king g7. That's the only thing that doesn't force checkmate. But it just lets me trade off the rooks. And more importantly, the bishop's trapped. If he moves the bishop, then I play rook h7. And I'm going to get my queen. So the bishop's pinned to h7. And if he takes, I just take the bishop. And if he takes on f6, same problem. I just take the bishop. And I get just a way easier version of the game, of the endgame, where my rook is already completely inactive and my knight and my king's active and the knight's doing nothing. That's pretty. That's pretty. Sheesh. Okay. So that is not what happened. I played knight f6, which I'm actually pretty proud of. This whole maneuver, I'm pretty happy that I played that with such little time. Because you got to keep in mind, okay, from this move onwards, I'm playing bullet. And my opponent's playing blitz. So actually, all things considered, I'm pretty happy with how I did since I was playing bullet in this position. The bullet practice paying off, right? Now, this move was terrible. I don't know what I was cooking, but it stunk. It stunk bad. Just rook AE and we chill. I don't know what I was cooking. But my opponent also didn't know what he was cooking. He gave me a piece back. My opponent was being really, really, you know, generous. He saw that I accidentally blundered a piece and he decided to give it back. Now, what baffled me is that he kept the knight. I suppose he was trying to be tricky, because standard conventional chess wisdom would say that the bishop is better in endgames where there's pawns on both sides of the board, but knights are trickier. So I'm pretty sure he was just going for tricks, because I really think keeping the bishop makes my job way harder. Because now you go a5, and then like bishop b4. Winning this is not easy. It's winning. I'm sure it's winning, but like, I have to like calculate, and the point is I bring my king in, and then I like win the pawn eventually. But I'll have to transpose into a winning king and pawn endgame, and I have 32 seconds on the clock. I might not have time to win this. Just king g8, king g2, h5, king h3, bishop e1, e7, bishop b4, c7, bishop e1, c1, bishop b4, king h4, king f7, king takes. No, king takes is a draw. Look at that. Rook c6 because I let his king in. So I have to keep his king trapped out. Otherwise, it's a draw. This is a draw now. Like I said, hard to win. I have to make sure I keep his king cut off. If his king gets too close, it's no longer winning. Because I can win this, but only because his king is trapped on the 7th rank. If his king is allowed to get closer, I don't win. This is what I meant. The bishop is way harder in these endgames. The knight just doesn't synergize as well with the pawn. So I fundamentally disagree with keeping the knight. Again, I think it was a tricks thing, but it's still way harder to win that when he has the bishop. And so I think that was a better play. But I don't know. Rook takes. And so now, again, my goal in the way I'm playing this is not to find the fastest win, but to find the easiest win. So I'm just, every move, I'm trying to play a move that I know he can't take the pawn. Hey, what's up, Glowing? And then, you know, the game ends. Which, I mean, good on him. But there's nothing more to play. No more chess to be played. Okay, so the queue is closed. So I'll do Rosen chess, or whatever it's called. Rosen score. And then we'll call it. Because I'm tired. I think that was a good game to end on, though. I had a game? Oh, you did have a game, yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait. I have it. We'll do Rosen score after. Peace. I almost scammed y'all out of an analysis. Shame on me. So what kind of game are we dealing with here? Let me take a look at this. What is this? Hold on a second. I'm guessing you're black? I am assuming you're black. Of course. The Nimzovich. Yeah, you show the last time you were here we talked about this opening. Weird stuff. What happened? I won. Of course I won. Was there ever any doubt of me winning? I'm assuming you're happy you're asking what happened in my game. Which Nimzovich is which? True. I'm gonna go with true. It's funny how natural F4 is, yet how bad it is. Here's say something about black. Yeah, no, look. We're going over Barmy's game, because he had an analysis that I forgot to do. Just sacking the pawn, huh? I mean, I appreciate the gumption. Oh, F5 is... F5 is a funny blunder. F5 is funny. And the problem is takes has the same problem. That's funny. H4. I mean, props to White. This is a very inventive way of playing this. It's actually not, like, that bad. And he is seeing a lot of these traps. I'm, like... It's props, you know? Queen F6. Right. H5, knight E5, knight takes, queen takes, knight C3. Okay, knight C3. Queen F3 makes a lot of sense, though. See, the point behind queen F3 is you just want to take this pawn. It's very difficult to stop me. And if I'm allowed to just play, like, knight C3 and take this pawn, I'm okay. Yeah. Greed, right? It's one of the 7 deadly sins of chess. Yeah, knight F6. Because you want to play F5, don't you? You want to play D6 F5? Lex. Or am I stupid? No, we'll see. Bishop B4. Yeah. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Bishop. Yeah, you're absolutely. Yeah, see, this is something that I'm sure Varmy knows, but I'm going to state for the rest of the class. Typically, when you're playing one of these openings... Yeah. Typically, when you're playing one of these openings, that's a little suspicious. And you you sacrifice a pawn early. Or you accept a sacrifice early. A lot of the times, you want to just kind of let him have it if you get to solve problems. Okay, technician. I'm not sure if this is going to help or not, but here's the way that I think it is, if I can explain it. So, I'm sure you've been taught piece values before. You know, 3, 3, 9, 4.5. I know this is supposed to be 5, but 4.5 is more accurate. Anyway, whatever. You've been taught piece values. Now, the thing about piece values is that they're slightly inaccurate, all of them, because they're an average. Piece's actual value depends on what they're doing in the current game, how productive they are, right? So like, I don't know, this bishop is worth more than this bishop. They're both pretty good, but I'd say this one's worth more. This bishop is worth more than this bishop currently, right? It's from a value perspective. So you could think about it as this being 2.5 and this being 3.5, right? Or better yet, this being 3 and this being 2.5. Whatever. The point is, pieces being better at a very core level increases their value. It's not like it's the same as they increases their value, it actually increases their value. So the thing about these sorts of positions is what Varmi does is he keeps the pawn, but in return, his opponent gets very good pieces. And so while he takes a pawn, he gives his opponent more than a pawn's worth of piece activity. So, this bishop gets way better, and this knight, which was bad, is traded for this bishop, which is good. So, if we said that this is 3, this is 3.5, this is... Well, we put this. We would also put this as 2.5, or 2. Let's put this as 2, right? This is 2, this is 3, this is 3.5. Let me write this down. Yes, how this works. Okay, so this is 2. Sorry. This is 3. And this is 3.4. Okay? Okay? You following? And then this is a pawn, so it's worth 1. Right? You following my math here? So, what happens is, Varmi plays this, takes. So now what's happened is, he's traded the 3.5 for the 2. So he's minus 1.5 there. He's lost 1.5 of value. And this bishop went from whatever it was, a 3, to being like a 3.5. So now this bishop's worth at least 3.5. So by his opponent improving one of his pieces, he's also minus 0.5 there. Approximately. Like, I'm just giving random numbers. So, while he took a pawn, he lost 2 pawns worth of activity. Which means it's bad. The nice thing about the computer is it tells us exactly how bad it is. It tells us exactly how much he lost. You know? It went from triple zeros to plus 2.3. Plus 2.5-ish. Right? So he basically lost 2.5 pawns. He lost 3.5 pawns worth of activity and took 1 pawn of material. That's a bad trade. That's a really bad trade. The hard part, of course, is knowing how much your activity is worth. And that's one of the, that's one of those grandmaster things that you get better at as time goes on and you keep working on, that really like shocks people, because once you understand that material and piece activity are the same thing, then sacrifices become not obvious, but they make more sense, because you're like, oh, of course I want to sacrifice in exchange here, because I'm getting, my knight is going to end up worth more than my rook was, right? I'm gaining more activity than the material I'm giving up, so of course it makes sense, right? And again, finding those is still hard, but like why it works makes more sense. Because when you're sacrificing, you're getting something that's worth more, ideally, than what you're giving up. That's the goal, that's the debate behind every sacrifice, is I give you material, but I get something worth more. Or at least equal. Most it's equal because, most sacrifices, yeah. And again, it's hard. It's really, really hard. Because like our first 1200 elo of chess development is spent not giving up material. We spend at least 1200 elo, usually more, like 1600 elo, just trying to not give our opponent material. And so now, when you get to these higher elos, when you're like 2000, and you're like, wait, so I have to give him material? It goes against everything you've learned. The England didn't make any sense until I played around with it. That's exactly what I'm saying. The England is that sort of opening. You give up a material and you let it go. You don't have it anymore, but you get something worth more. And a lot of the hardest openings in chess, like the Catalan, are hard because you constantly have to move where your advantage is. You have to let your advantage flow. That's part of what grandmasters do so very well, and like computers do so very well in chess, is they pivot. If they're like, okay, I can make my advantage a little bit more if I switch it from activity to space. So I'm going to give my activity. We're going to make activity the same, but I'm going to get more space. So now I have my advantage is slightly bigger, even though it's in a different area of the board. Oh, now I can give up my space advantage, but get some material worth more than my space. Oh, I'm going to take that. And like you snowball by switching where your advantage is. It's really hard to do. I'm not very good at it. I'm trying to get better, but it's one of the coolest things in chess because it makes you look like a wizard. Where do you put your king as white? Well, obviously it can't be D1. And it can't be F1 because you lose your rook. So it has to be either F2 or D or E2. Now, classic chess knowledge would say you want it on F2 since you don't want to let the pin happen. However, see, the thing is, I feel these open squares. If I play king f2, I feel these open squares here. This bishop's here currently guarding, but it doesn't. It feels very temporary. And like this pawn, it's... So if I can get away with it, I'd rather go to e2, but I'd have to calculate it first. I'm sure it does. I want to play king e2, but I'm not sure if I can. If I can, it's absolutely better. But this is very scary. How do I deal with that? Okay, so king e2 was best. Okay, wait, king e2 d6, what happens? Bishop b5 check. Oh, so you can't play d6. Oh, that's critical. That's super important. The fact that you can't play d6 because you lose your queen. Yeah, no. Like I said, king e2 is way more solid if you can get away with it. And you can, because what I missed is that d6 is impossible because bishop check and you win the queen. So, since d6 is impossible, black is out of steam. And these bishops are amazing. This bishop is terrible and it can't get better. Because the way it gets better is by playing d6. And since you can't play d6, this bishop is stuck being terrible for a significant amount of time. And see, that's the best kind of development advantage. That's the best kind of activity advantage, is a static one. This bishop's going to stay bad for a good amount of time, for at least a few moves. What's the difference with king f2? I'm going to say these weak dark squares, like here and here. I don't think they do anything now, but they're going to do something at some point. And it makes me very scared. And also a knight check at some point. Does the knight check work immediately? I don't think it does. It's close. Like, these knight checks are scary, man. This allows bishop stuff, but this allows knight stuff. And the thing is, the knight stuff... So I can actually play d6? Wait, why? Because knight takes e4. Oh, you have knight takes e4 at the end. Thanks for the follow, Dream Race. That's insane. I'm putting it on the board for people who didn't see it. Oh, I'm sure it's going to be on the board. Now he can play d6 because if we say queen takes, I have knight takes e4, forking the king and queen. Wow. And so now I'm 2 pawns up and my activity problems are gone. So I play some random move, it doesn't really matter. Now I'm 2 pawns up and your bishop isn't better than my knight. And this is very, very weak. It's just completely over. Okay, so this is instructive. This is instructive. So, what do we learn here? This falls prey to a piece which is active. This falls prey to a piece that's inactive. So if we have to choose between exposing ourselves to an active piece versus an inactive piece, we choose the inactive piece. That's what we learned. Hard to see. Very hard to see. But in general, that's the idea. This bishop isn't active and it can't be active. So it's not scary to go on that bishop square. Versus this knight is active right now. And so going on a square that's knight checkable, way scarier. Now, obviously, and if you're in a longer time control, you want to calculate all this. But, like, I'm saying if we're trying to, like, boil it down, this piece is scary right now. This piece is scary in 5 moves. Let's go to the piece that's scary in 5 moves, not the one that's scary now. And so the opponent didn't even take because it doesn't do anything. And rook AE and just the entire thing falls apart. And then king C8. And look, it's like he castled queenside. And see, now it's just a pawn up, but suddenly this knight is amazing. Knight C5. Holding everything together. A6. Very efficient. Just get out. Get out. We'll trade queens. I'll win with my amazing rooks. That's a fascinating game. This is very instructive. This moment here. Move to the square of the inactive piece. Yeah, the queen's trapped. Well, I mean, you can move back and you can trade queens, right? Did I miss something? Yeah, I can go here, though. Starting rook e1. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, rook e1 and you take the queen for free. I didn't see that. I missed rook e1. I saw rook e1 as an idea, but I missed that queen b2, rook e1. It works immediately. That's nice. That's a nice game of chess. Okay, now the Rosen score real quick. Chess.com. Colors are all messed up. 28, 30, 31, 36, 40, 47, 54, 58, 62, 66, 67, 68, 77, 78, 79, 82, 83, 86, 89, 90. I've got a few of these trophies. 105, 109, 113. Yeah, I think I've got you beat, Varmy. 128, 132, 136, 137, 38, 41, 42, 45, 49, 58, 65, 67, 68, 70, 72, 74. It's like 50% of my games. Okay, so your score is 116. I slightly beat that too. 197, 203, 204. It's still going because when you ping the chess.com API and ask for how many games someone has played, it doesn't count the unrated games out of the box. So it's still downloading the unrated games, which I play a lot of unrated games because a lot of my games on stream are unrated. So it's not done yet. I noticed that with a few different things. Chess.com API is weird like that. So it's going to go for a hot minute longer. Okay, we're good. 243 Rosen trophies. Look how many stalemate tricks I have. I'm a monster. Checkmate with a pawn, I've got a bunch. Smothered pork. G5 checkmate. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 G5 checkmates. I have 3 mate and 4s. I have promote a pawn within 8 moves. I have 2 of those. Royal Family Fork. 12 pawn move opening win. I have one of those. I have an adoption. I have a flagon opponent who had mate in 1. I have 5 of those. I'm disgusting. Knight Q, Pawn X, connect 5, Pawn Diamond. Bishop Knight checkmate. Checkmate with King. I have a checkmate with King. That's not bad. I have a bunch of oh no my queens. I have an en passant checkmate. Come on. I have one. That's the most important one, honestly. Not bad. Double adoption. I don't know who I adopted, but I adopted somebody. Oh, I adopted Luppy. That's funny. I have a smothered pork. Smother plus pin plus fork. Yeah, I don't have a smothered pork. I have a checkmate with king, though. It's not bad. I have so many oh no my queens and so many stalemate tricks. I also have a shocking amount of checkmate with pawns. And I also have a shocking amount of flag opponent who had mate in 1. Still got a bit to go. I have 243. I have like 200 Rosen score. Only like a third though. Okay, so maybe you have me beat. Egg, bad egg, beach cafe, cabbage, beef, Chad, and headache. Wow. EGG. Wait, isn't that Fool's Mate? No, that'd be FGG. Okay, you're good. No, you're good. No Fool's Mate here. Okay, who are we rating? Yeah, I have 5 of those. Good stream, Blob? I don't know, we'll see. Okay, give me a sec. Who do we raid? Is anyone I follow live? Always the first thing I check. Yes. 2 people. 3. There's a bunch of people I follow who are live. Weekends. Okay, let's see. It was Medan? Perfect. No, like I said, I think we might do Fisher Random on Saturdays. I think it could be good. I got... who do we raid? Y'all have any suggestions? I have a few people I might raid, but I can't decide. I think I'll raid Jackie Peterson. He just started streaming. I'm exhausted. But my computer's going to be even more exhausted because it's about to do another 12 hours of cooking chess 960 positions. Let's go. Dang, bro. They should add that. No, they need to. It's very important. The dang bro needs to be added. What's an O? Would that be your castles? So it'd be D pawn, A pawn, knight to the G square, to a square on the G file. Bishop, rook, castles. That is possible, but it's like legitimately difficult. Wait, is it possible? Well, I guess you could also do B pawn instead of bishop there. The castle's the hard part. D4, A3, knight F3. Oh, you don't count knight F3 and G3 as two different moves. I was thinking you had to play knight to the G square, knight to the G file somewhere. A3, D4, A3, knight F3, G3, bishop G2, rook A2, castles. Nice. Dang, bro. That's a good note to end on. We're owning. Ending on the dang, bro. Did we already raid? It said you were raiding. No, I don't think we did. I don't think it worked. Oh no, we totally did.